voilà, c'est clair que nerveusement ça coûte un peu d'énergie. On se dit que lancer, bon, c'est pas si fatigant, mais quand même se remettre à chaque compète dedans avec un esprit de gagnante, c'est pas facile. Je suis quand même très contente et très honorée d'avoir pu participer à ce grand concours.
Un grand plaisir à voir. Colline Cotier, la championne suisse Mystère Genève. Avec les émotions, l'an passé, le championnat suisse à Victor Tour. Cette année, les championnats suisses ont maintenu dans notre rapport. Ce sera 5 minutes entre athlétisme et l'application donc du 2 de France.
Well, hello and welcome to Atletica Genève, the latest edition of what is a fantastic meeting in Geneva, Switzerland. And there'll be lots of athletes, not only from across Europe, but also around the world. We've got quite a few guests I've seen from South Africa. Obviously, we'll get into detail in what's to come in the next few moments, but this is always one of the most anticipated meetings, you might say. We can see already the Swiss red and black vest there of some of the athletes ahead of the women's 4x100 meter relay, which is always a big part of this meeting. And I think as well this year, along with other years, is a factor in bringing teams to compete, because as we know, there aren't too many opportunities to do this kind of sprint relay. In the past, we've seen the likes of Mujinga Kambunji involved, but we still have a strong Swiss quartet, including Salome Cora, which is an athlete I've seen on the start list pretty much every year at these events. It's sometimes joked in athletics that there's never been an athletics set of start lists without certain athletes, and for Atletica Genève, it's some of the top Swiss, as you would expect, are here. The sunshine is here. I remember that 10 years ago, I think it was pouring down with rain, but we still had some very quick times and some personal bests despite that. Looks like the announcer is ready, the athletes are as well. So yes, getting this main program underway then. You can see the batons are in hand. And yeah, interesting to start with a relay, often finish with one, but many of these athletes will see individually as well. So just running you through the lineup quickly, we've got 3 Swiss teams, as you can see, senior and 2 age groups. And then you've got the Scottish team, with that Union Jack flag next to them. Lucy Fraser, Alison Bell, Georgina Adam and Alicia Rees involved. They'll be looking to compete the Commonwealth Games as they did in Birmingham a few years ago. Rees was involved in that quartet, with Sarah Malone, Rebecca Matheson and Taylor Spence now Patterson. We've also got the Portuguese team in this as well, which features Lauren Dorcas Bazzolo. We call her a veteran. I don't often like to comment on people's ages, but what she's doing is fantastic, now into her 40s and still a top sprinter. We've got an Irish team here with the likes of Ciara Neville, and while maybe not at full strength, still again looking for a good time. A Dutch quartet featuring Minka Bishops and Britt de Blauw. The Swiss senior team, by the way, Geraldine Frey, Céline Bergy, Leonie Pointet and Salome Cora, as I mentioned. Belgium are in this too. Rani Vinker, Lotte von Lent, Yanni Denaya and Camilla Sonville. So, this is the first race. You can have a look at the Atletica Genève website for all the start lists and information. So it's atleticageneve.ch. This is a reminder of the lineup. Well, I can see there are a couple of flags that aren't quite accurate, but don't worry about that. The teams are accurate down on the track. So let's get this event underway. There are some field events too that will switch in between and trying to keep across. So beginning these formal introductions then on the outside. Athletes have been out there for a few minutes, just getting ready for this. As I say, quite unusual to kick off with a relay, but very much all for it. So Switzerland under 20, Scotland, Portugal, Ireland, Netherlands, Switzerland senior, Belgium, Switzerland under 23. So all the way nicely at this point. Looks like the Swiss senior team doing very well on this first leg as we have a look across for these changeovers. Portugal onto Lauren Bazzolo, who'll hope to make up ground for them. Scotland going nicely with Alison Bell. Perhaps now their best runner in the team, given her recent progress. Of course, Alicia Rees coming back from injury recently. Switzerland, Netherlands, Portugal, the 1, 2, 3 at this stage. Look at the Swiss under-23 team grabbing third place on the final leg ahead of Belgium. 43.05. So a nice way to kick off proceedings here. And as I say, you can see the full results on the Atletica Genève website. Atletica being ATL, ETICA, Genève, GENEVE.ch. You've got start lists and results there. You may already be on the website having found this stream on European Athletics YouTube channel is embedded on the site. And of course, hope you've been enjoying the World Athletics Continental Tour streams available for free on European Athletics channels. So nice to have the camera positioned at this crucial point. You can see Swiss runner was away early there. Nice calm finish from Salome Cora for the Swiss senior team. As you might have guessed, the men's 4x100 meter relay coming up next in a few moments' time. And I can see that the results have all come through. So 43.04 the official time for the Swiss, then Netherlands 43.31. Swiss under-23 team, who of course will compete, or at least will hope to do, in Bergen at the European under-23s. It was a very, very exciting battle a couple of years ago. France beating Switzerland right on the line with Louise Maraval finishing like a train. And you can see there Belgium, Portugal, then Scotland with 44.62. And I believe, provisionally, that Scottish quartet is inside the Scottish standard for the Commonwealth Games. 44.88 is listed as the standard on the selection policy, and certainly that would be one of the quartet's targets, or one of the Scottish targets. And of course there is often limitations on these teams, and maybe more athletes have standards than those are actually selected, but certainly really strong, and great news for that quartet. It was something we were looking out for. The men's 4x1 also starting off with a Swiss under-20 team. So the European under-20 championships are in Tampere in Finland. That's coming up in early August, so a couple of weeks after the under-23s, and quite often we've seen them back to back, almost a week apart, and sometimes in the same country. This year they're more separated. So this is the next race, and the Scottish team in this alongside the Swiss under-20. So in this, expecting to see Adam Clayton, Chris-Sean Aiken, who ran a fantastic time, 20:79 I think it was, for 200 metres at the National Athletics League in Eton. It was yeah, impressive performance for a domestic league meeting. No offence meant there at all, but yeah, one of the stories of the day, let's say. Stuart Greenhalgh, who's been a great representative of his Stirling University, and good to see him getting Scottish international representation, if you like, able to wear the vest. Alan Hamilton as well, Scottish champion in recent years. So yeah, the women's quartet, you might say, stronger, but this men's side will be interesting to see how they do. Looking across to the Swedes there, just in between them as I continue to read along. Switzerland under-23 from lane 3, then Ireland also with a team. This is quite strong actually. Israel Olatunde, who of course yeah, in recent years making great progress. Bori Akinola also involved, and Marcus Lawler, Michael Farrelly. We saw the Swedes, then Netherlands just there with very strong team, and probably you would say the favourites here, and Cizak Ekpo, Tamir Burnett, Xavi Moajok and Elvis Afrifa. So let's see how they go. I mean, they actually have the exact same quartet that finished second behind Italy at the European Championships in Rome last year. And of course, so long represented by likes of Chirandi Martina. It's now a younger quartet. Switzerland senior team, just had a shot to the left there, lane 7, and then the Belgians with Paco Snyders and Torfs. So now this second race of the day underway. The Irish team actually getting a good start there with Farrelly, who will hand over to Akinola, another athlete having a great season. The Dutch, as expected, going well on the outside here. Again, nice close-up camera angle. You can see the Irish team with Lawler still pushing here. So let's have a look. Good handover there. The Dutch away and clear with Afrifa from the Irish quartet. Very encouraging performance. And a good battle for third place. Switzerland and Belgium in the mix. I'm just waiting on the time, in fact. So as we expected, pretty dominant victory in the end for the Dutch, but encouraging from the Irish. Israel Olatunde, of course, has a individual 100 personal best of 10:17 at the European Championships in Munich 3 years ago, where he was a finalist, of course. And the Irish record in this relay event, 39.26 from 2000 Sydney Olympics. So I would imagine that even if that isn't, don't think was broken today, but I'm sure they'll be closing in on it generally. Now the results coming up as 38.92. So if confirmed, that would be an Irish record. Not seeing the clock on the screen at this moment, so we will confirm that. You would have expected that they would have been attacking it, and we haven't seen Israel Olatunde, of course, the 100-meter record holder, run too many relays in an Irish fest. As I say, not too many opportunities. Ireland obviously with a fantastic European gold medal in the 4x4 last year. But let's hopefully get this confirmed. Should see the result very soon. As I say, it's coming up as a meeting record initially. 38.33 for the Dutch team. And look at that. Apologies about the flags. But Ireland, 38.92 there. So breaking the record that has been held for 25 years since those Olympic Games in Sydney, and breaking it by 0.3 of a second. 39.26 since September 2000. John McAdory, Gary Ryan, Tom Comins and Paul Brazel. So, what a fantastic result that is for the Irish. And as we know, any big result in Irish athletics, I'm sure that will go big on social media. Swiss quartet were third, featuring Daryl Bachmann, Bradley Lestrade, Enrico Guntert and Maxime Baudra. As I say, just ahead of the Belgians in the end, and ahead of the Swiss under-23 team. Just a few tenths of a second between the senior and under-23 quartet. Often a sign of good things to come for the next generation. Now, interestingly, next we'll have the under-12 mixed relay. So a chance for the young aspiring athletes, should we say, or aspiring elites one day, to be part of the main programme. They are athletes, of course, even at under-12 level. But yeah, a chance for them to be part of the main programme. Some of the UK audience may remember the Club Connect relays, also giving juniors the chance to run out on the day of the national championships in Great Britain. But you can see right along. Be very interested to see how the 400 metres go in particular before we get into some of these hurdles, and obviously qualification for finals as well in the case of the shortest sprint events. What a great opportunity therefore for our under-12 athletes. We have 6 different clubs involved. So the club names: Athletic Club Toichen, Siège Genève, Bernay Confillon, Stade Genève, Versoix Athlétisme, Viso Genève. So those are the names of the 6 clubs that we're expecting to be involved here. So there we have it. Obviously we often see young athletes or involved in carrying kit, but to be out there as well on the same track as the seniors, as some Olympic champions, top international names, is great.
Philippe, Tristan, Alpes, Émilie, Maël et Émilie, Versoix Athlétisme. Au couloir 6, Nina, Myriam, Antoine, Paul, Maxime et Naïma, le club 3 chaînes. Et le couloir 7 avec Yvon, Christine, Jade, Kira, Milan et Mathéi, le CA Genève. Le club qui a initié Atletica Genève. Attention au départ.
Well, we've only been going for around 15 minutes in terms of the action, but already with some good stories. First of all, that Commonwealth Games standard for the Scottish women's 4x100 metre team, and then a meeting record for the Dutch winners of the men's relay, 38.33. It had been held actually since 2019, just to give you the background, 38.39, so not beating it by too much. But that was a quartet also featuring Temir Burnett, the oldest of the Dutch athletes, also involved today, and Chirandi Martina, who I'd mentioned. And then, of course, yes, the Irish record, at least I believe to be the record, 39.26, unless I'm mistaken there. 38.92 now. Well, I've double sourced it now. The Irish Athletics website also does give the men's 4x100 metre relay record as 39.26 from 2000 in Sydney. Well, the under-12s relay now gets going. As mentioned, 6 local clubs handing over here. It's a mixed event as well. So fantastic competition opportunity here. You can see it looks like Versoix Athletisme going well here from lane 5. Continuing through the changeovers. Understand that there are 6 changeovers through the lap, so it's not exactly 4x100 metres. Coming home here very, very strongly here. I believe this is Versoix Athletisme from lane 5. 58.96 seconds. So hopefully a really inspiring moment for these young athletes.
Est-ce que ça fait envie de courir plus tard chez les grands? Oui. Est-ce que tu as par exemple. Et puis donc là, tu vas rester pour regarder quoi?
Oui.
Il y a quelqu'un que tu voudrais venir voir en particulier?
Dans ma famille.
Timothée, comment tu as l'air, ça va?
Oui.
Et toi, Aurélien?
Oui.
On regardera tout à l'heure 600 mètres à 200 mètres. Bravo? Bien?
Oui.
Facile?
Ouais.
Vous avez beaucoup travaillé les relais?
Non.
Presque pas.
Non, pas du tout.
Bon, en fait c'est le talent. Jamais.
Non, mais presque jamais.
Donc vous avez du talent, c'est ça?
Bah, ouais.
Le talent c'est important, mais l'entraînement c'est encore plus important.
Ouais. Mais les autres, ils étaient très aussi. Très forts.
Très fort ici. Allez, bravo à vous. Versoix athlétisme. Et voici l'équipe au complet pour une photo souvenir.
Les 6 garçons mixtes. Le prochain course, déjà dans 5 minutes avec les 400 mètres. Une discipline phare chaque année. Dans les meetings Atletica à Genève. Les motifs des contours. 98, le saut en hauteur. On y va.
So, first sight of some field action now, of which there are 8 events scheduled today. This being the women's high jump. There are 5 competitors involved. This looks to be Una Stanchev. So we're just waiting for the height to come up as part of the result, but I understand scheduled to start at 170. A confirmation of that win by considerable margin, nearly 2.5 seconds. Versoix Athlétisme ahead of Viso Genève and Athletic Club Toachen. Well, it's Engla Nielsen, Tatiana Gusin. So Nielsen improving recently to 193 in the high jump, the Swede. Tatiana Gusin commentated on a couple of her meetings recently. The Greek athlete, been involved in some great battles with the likes of Morgan Lake recently. And yeah, we've had a few great Greek meetings, including in Kefalonia, in Thania, in Athens. We just saw there Fatoumata Bali, the Guinean. Emily Borthwick also involved. We've seen Stanchev as well, the Spanish athlete. Charlotte Sorin of France and her compatriot Coralie Pinchino. And next on track is going to be a series of heats of men's 400 metres, so we'll run you through them in just a moment's time.
Voilà, 4 courses sur 400 mètres.
5
Cette année,
5 courses.
5 courses sur 400 mètres cette année.
Well, as you can see, the line up there featuring 2 Swiss, 2 French and 2 Dutch athletes. So they'll make their way to the start line shortly. To give you a flavour of what's coming up, the best known athletes involved: Lungo Scotch of Botswana, Dylan Borley, the Belgian who's been such a fabulous relay competitor, in particular in recent years. Well, great individual athlete as well, but the Belgian strength has been in combining for that relay team with his brothers and others. And also Toby Harries of Great Britain will be in that final race of 5 heats that are going to be here. A few other Brits as well for those watching from the UK, including the recent improver Evan Blackman, Lewis Davey, of course an Olympic medalist, and some of the Dutch Olympic medalists, Eugenia Mahler and Isaiah Klein-Iking. So that's all to come.
Numéro 7, également des Pays-Bas, 3e au championnat du monde indoor en 2024, 4 fois 100 mètres, également en 2022, Terence Agar. Au couloir numéro 6, le français Eddie Leach. Au couloir numéro 5, un autre français, Isaac Cheroud.
Au couloir numéro 4, le médaillé national de la TG Halle, Nathan Guiguer. L'autre répète au couloir numéro 3, le Megasverd, Michael Zorc.
So we've had a quick look along the lineup. It features Michael Sorg, Nathan Giger, the Swiss athletes, Isaac Cheroud and Eddie Leach, the Frenchman, and Terence Agard and Hendrik Moreno Corporan, the 2 Dutchmen. Agard, the fastest in the field with a personal best of 45.61, and probably the best known athlete. Olympic medalist in the mixed relay in Tokyo. Sorry, I should say the men's relay, silver medalist, along with Liam Bonavacia, Tony Van Diepen and Ramsey Angelo, who we'll see at this meeting later. So Agard going nicely close to his teammate there, or his compatriot, Moreno Corporan. Michael Sorg and Nathan Giger, who you might have seen at European age group competitions, also pretty handy here. Looks like it's Sorg from Agard coming towards this finish line. And then Cheroud, best of the rest, in 3rd place. So results coming through on the Atletica Genève website. There's lots of handy information about the history of the meeting, but we're focused on the here and now really. You can actually watch the live streams from previous years as well. This is a European Athletics live stream, as there have been throughout the last couple of months or so, building towards, for one, the European Athletics Team Championships, which will be in Madrid for the top division, and in the 2nd and 3rd league in Maribor in Slovenia. So that obviously all across the next week, and we will see quite a lot of athletes who have already been selected by their nations taking part today. Agard ran a smooth and controlled first 200 meters, and then overtaken in the closing stages, as we saw. Just waiting for the confirmed result to come up now though. Yes, those times just taking a little bit to come through, but we can have a look at the second lot of athletes involved. That was the lineup for the previous heat. We know this is Dan Putnam on the outside. A committed member of Blackheath and Bromley Athletics Club for a number of years. Great to see him improve in fairly recent times, it feels like. 46.02 personal best from 2023. He's been a solid performer right from 100 to 400 metres. Quite a few years now. Quite a consistent athlete. You've got Pierre-Yves Bregenzer, Swiss athlete, and then Charles Devonte, fastest athlete in the field with a personal best of 45.50 alongside him. And then Hadrien Pienjon of Belgium, Jamie Amala, who I believe is the younger brother of Eugene, in 7. And Joe Breyer goes on the inside from lane 3. So Breyer, yes, one of a number of athletes that you'll see here who's represented his nation at pretty much every major championship. It'll be very interesting to see if both he and sister Hannah make it to the Commonwealth Games for Wales. And certainly that would be one of the best stories of the competition if they did. There is Breyer on the blue from lane 3. So athletes getting ready to get this second heat of the men's 400 metres underway. Breyer, Bregenzer, Devonte, Pinchon, Omala and Putnam. So now that gun goes. Joe Breyer then. And Dan Putnam. I know there will be a lot of British interest watching this stream, but Charles Devonte, also a danger man in this as well. So far, Amala going out very, very strongly here. And you can tell, just taking his foot off the gas a little bit. Putnam still there on the outside, but we'll start to see Joe Breyer push through now. So here comes Breyer then. It's very competitive to make squads in the men's 400 metres in Great Britain now. Such has been the improvement of the likes of Charlie Dobson and Sam Reardon in recent years. Very close for that second spot though. It was Putnam finishing quickly on the outside. I can now give you the result from the first heat with Sorg, the winner, in 47.16 seconds. Agard, not at his best today, 47.66 in second place. He has run 1.2 seconds faster this year.
Avec, attention, la médaille de bronze au championnat d'Europe à Peudor cet hiver au son hauteur la Suédoise Emila Nilsson.
Well, Joe Breyer ran his personal best of 45.54 at this track in Geneva 2 years ago at this meeting. And yeah, we often see athletes setting PBs and then returning back, enjoying the experience, but also it's almost like it's a proven formula to return to the same meeting where you achieve that great result. Although it's a packed team to get into, there are obviously more opportunities now with more mixed relays as we confirm this result I just mentioned with the top 2 in Serie E. So that's heat 1, if you like, the equivalent of. Joe Breyer's time has come up now as 46.41, so a considerable season's best, but the sort of time I would have thought that he'd be hoping to run regularly. 46.41. And then Dan Putnam did get second place there, 47.08. And that's a big season's best by nearly 4/10 of a second for him.
troisième des 5 séries. On retrouve tout à l'extérieur au couloir numéro 8.
Okay, so we're seeing the start list for the first heat. Don't worry, we'll tell you who's involved. Charlie Carvel, the British athlete, made a big breakthrough in Kladno last year and has had a bit of an injury. He's had a bit of a tough time, but there have been great displays of talent in between as well. And don't forget, he's only 20 years of age. So big things to come for sure. And for an athlete who's won the European Under-20 relay title twice, Omar El Khatib of Portugal, then going through very quickly here, Liam Marvin Bonavacia and Ramsey Angela, two top Dutch athletes. Angela and Bonavacia winning the Olympic mixed relay silver medal together. That was in Tokyo. Vincent Gendre, Swiss athlete here. Ricardo dos Santos, Portuguese, but long time based in the UK, partner of Bianca Williams. But Portugal, another rising nation in terms of 400 metre running. Part of the reason I think for that is that not every team has opted to send a 4x4 relay squad, and they have grown together with the likes of João Coelho also involved. And then you've got Haben Tekle Michal, the Eritrean athlete. Well, don't often see an Eritrean in a sprint event. All the better for it. You can see there it's got Stade Genève colours, so suspect based in Switzerland. And indeed locally. Nice stadium this. You can see the stand that we got sight of there. What you really want to see is the other side, the beautiful mountain backdrop. So Tekle Michal, Dos Santos, Gendre, Angela, Bonavacia, El Khatib and Carvel on the outside. So let's have a look here. You can see that's Gendre going well in the black vest there. Bonavacia, so experienced, the Dutchman there, always with the shades on, and Carvel on the outside. Very close with El Khatib. Let's see how it pans out in the second half of this race. Shaping up to be a good one. It was a comfortable victory for Joe Breyer a few moments ago. Bonavacia still looking very strong and in control, but now El Khatib comes through. Well, what a last 100 metres. It was shaping up that way, wasn't it? 45.47. Oh, he's just outside his personal best. It's unofficial time, of course. PB 45.46 for Omar El Khatib. And exemplifying what I was saying when introducing Dos Santos about Portugal being a rising nation in terms of men's 400 metre running. But as well, there have been some other positive moments for Portuguese athletics. Isaac Nader, terrifically fast middle distance runner, and Salome Afonso, say the same for her. It was a great European indoors for the Portuguese. You can see some of the women getting ready for their 400 metre heats. We've still got a couple more to come for the men. So I'll keep an eye out for this result to come up. A reminder that Joe Breyer won the second heat in 46.41. 6.5 tenths or so ahead of Dan Putnam, 47.08. We've just seen Omar El Khatib come through on Liam Marvin Bonavacia. You can see great final gear across the line. Bonavacia started to tire. And plenty of Dutch interest really as they brought some of their top athletes. Kleinink Omala Olympic champions still to come as we see the result from heat number 2, or Serie D. Also the Italian 4th football division, I guess. Jamie Amala showing a little bit of inexperience there. He took a breather seemingly midway through the race, but didn't have enough saved at the end. Of course, athletes kind of in different points in the season. Some didn't do indoors and some opening up more recently. So moving on to this 4th heat then. And here is Eugene Omala, along with that Olympic title, also European indoor gold. That was in the men's 4x4. Personal best of 45.18. Klein Icking just a 10th off that. What about Evan Blackman? What a breakthrough recently. Absolutely delighted for this man. 45.80 in Brussels. Great images of his celebration as well. Lewis Davey put out a post on Instagram about being put into that Olympic team and having to do a job, being trusted to do a job. Of course, he is someone who'd won a European title, but mixing it with the best in the world. It was a terrific Olympic men's 4x400 meter relay final. Matt Hudson-Smith and Charlie Dobson, either side of him, I think it was, in that relay quartet. But yeah, helping Great Britain, Northern Ireland win that Olympic bronze. I'm sure big boost of confidence for Lewis Davey. And sometimes once you're trusted, you're able to retain that position for another championship, provided you've shown good form. This should be another good heat then. Mohamed Kunta, Lewis Davey, Evan Blackman, Isaiah Klein-Icking, Robin van der Bemden. Another consistent runner and who's had relay success for Belgium. Eugene Omala and Keenan Blake, improving Dutchman. 45.73 this year. You can see he's on the outside. And Robin van der Bemden, the other in the black kit. Eugene Omala between them. So, again, shaping up for a great battle. Down the home straight then. Van der Bemden huffing and puffing as Omala comes through. Blake as well. So, Keenan Blake on the outside. This time we have got a clock. 45.82. Oh, there'll be some tired athletes out there. So, interestingly, 45.44 for El Khatib. Remains that fastest time. And some of these athletes are very closely matched, so yeah, the seedings make it a little bit unpredictable because they're obviously based on more recent performances than outright personal best necessarily. From a British audience point of view, Charlie Carvel's time 46.32 for the athlete from Shropshire, finishing 4th place there, ahead of Britain-based Ricardo dos Santos of Portugal, 46.39. Behind the 2 Dutchmen, Bonavacia and Angela, and 2 Dutchmen of course in this as well. Time's already coming up actually for this heat, which is good to see. 45.80 for Keenan Blake. He did it on the outside there from lane 8. And Lewis Davey did get up for second, just ahead of Omala. So, yeah, beating someone who is an Olympic champion, albeit in relay event. Davey, 45.87. Very strong time for him. 0.27 seconds off his personal best. Shy of his personal best, I mean by that, rather than taking off today. Fastest British time, of course, European record last year. And this year Matthew Hudson-Smith has run 44:37. So Lewis Davey goes 7th on the UK list this year, overtaking Evan Blackman. Here's the full result there. Keenan Blake beating Amala and Kleinicking DNF. Didn't quite capture that around the lap, looking quite a few places at once. But yeah, hope he's all right, because obviously he'd hope to be building towards those World Championships, along with others coming up in September. I'm sure they'll come around quickly, even though it does feel like a very long season. Now, this is very interesting. We've got Lee Epi in this supposedly fastest heat of all. And such is the Botswana's strength and depth. It really is incredible. 45.20, his recent personal best. We move on to Mihai Sorin Dringo, the Romanian. 45.27 his PB, so very close. Dylan Borley, 12 international relay medals across European and World Championships, indoors and out. Adding to that, last year at the World Indoors and Europeans. The gold medals, Gilles Biron, a Frenchman, alongside personal best 45.05, and his compatriot Luc Prévost. So also in this, on the outside, Toby Harries and Lungo Scotch, another athlete from Botswana. I can tell you now that Botswana have 32 athletes sub 46 seconds and 10 athletes sub 45. All of their top fastest 8 athletes have set their PBs in the last 10 years. Still that national record held by Isaac Makwala, albeit it was set at La Chaux-de-Fonds. But 5 of that top 8 in Botswana, they've set their PBs in the last 4 years. Ndori Kebanat Shipi, obviously Letsile Tobogo, Olympic champion over 200 metres. Lungo Scotch, who's in this race, and Anthony Pasela. They've got so many options. They were close to relay gold in Paris as well. So let's see how they do here. Lee Epi, maybe a lesser known name, but did win the Botswana title in May with 45.43 seconds. A couple of attempts off his personal best, which was set in March. But this looks like Dringo, Mihai Sorin Dringo against Epi here. Toby Harries in 3rd place. 44.91. Wow. Well, what an incredible time. It's just a few hundredths of a second off the meeting record held by Lungo Scotch, 44.82 from a couple of years ago. But Dringo with a personal best, 44.88, it's been given as officially. Well, that is massive for the Romanian, and once again has to be one of the headlines of this meeting. Was not expecting that. Well, Dringo, who is 23 years of age, is another we've seen come through the European Athletics age group competitions. World University Games bronze medalist in Chengdu a couple of years ago. But he improves on his own national record by more than 0.3 of a second. 0.39 in the end. And that was a national record that was set in Chengdu at those World University Games. So, yeah, fantastic performance from Dringo. Was looking really to Scotch and to Epi. Epi second in 45 seconds exactly. Also a personal best by 0.2. Toby Harries improving his PB to 45.13, so continuing his fantastic improvement this year. So Harries has improved his PB from 45.8 to 45.13 this year. The previous best 45.55 in Clermont think it was, well, his 200 meter PB was in Clermont. Fantastic breakthrough, a World B Standard 2022, having a great season and brilliant to see. Yeah, Lunga Scotch not his best there, finishing 7th place, but yeah, look at that, the sort of result we were really hoping to see today. Great news for the Romanian Dringo. Big chunk taken off that national record. And the PBs for Epi and for Harry's. So yeah, just as difficult for the Botswana and the British team to pick a relay first choice quartet. Moving on to the women's heats now, we can see Hannah Breyer with her brother Joe already having won his race. Lewis Davies sitting in the relative shade watching on. Myrthe van der Schoot. Again, if you've been watching the European age group competitions over the last few years, we've seen a lot of these athletes competing time and again. Kaya Simasocci there. Sprint hurdles coming up after these 400 meter heats, and in this women's event we'll have 3 of them. This is Marleif von Leur. Yet another Dutch prospect involved in this. She's improved her personal best to 52.82 this year, and well, it doesn't appear to be an athlete in lane number 2. Can't quite see lane number 1, but we were expecting to see Nomi Salama and Jill Cherry, Swiss and Brit respectively. Doesn't look like from that angle that we do have the full set of athletes, and doesn't look like we have Georgina Adam either, although I believe she was in that 4x1 quartet that got the Commonwealth Games qualifying standard. 44.6 they ran, I think it was, a couple of tenths inside it. So yes, let's have a look here. Most of these athletes, certainly the fastest ones, are threatening to go sub 52 seconds. Can they do it here today? Well, Myrthe van der Schoot may be the most likely to do it. Hannah Breyer, obviously a World Youth and World Junior finalist back in the day, competed at the Commonwealth Games back in 2014, and then since then has moved in the last couple of years up to the 400 meters, and she's been getting better and better at it. Personal best 52.25. She recently ran what I think was her 3rd fastest time in Germany, 52.53. Van der Schoot here on her inside. So we can see Bonora, Breyer and Van der Schoot left to right. Well, let's have a look at the strength in the closing stages of this race, and Bonora actually coming through here very impressively. Also a 52.2 performer, and great when these athletes are seated like this, it works out well. 51.99, so she's taken just over a couple of tenths off her personal best as well. So some terrific results across the last few moments in the 400 meters, and we've got 2 more women's heats to come, and we're going to see the likes of Alice Mangione, the Italian Poppy Malik, the young Brit, of course, has made her international senior debut this year. Lada Vondrova, someone who has a European medal to her name as well. And in the final heat, the Australian Ellie Beer, who's recently improved to 51.3 seconds, Victoria Huragu as well. A long-time great performer for the British team. So we'll get into that in a moment, but yeah, just exemplifying the quality of this meeting and the hard work to make sure that it is one of the best. And athletes return here time and time again. So this battle getting us really excited in the closing stages. Bonora, Breyer van der Schoot.
Dans cette deuxième série, on retrouve au couloir le numéro 8 de
51.97 for Bonora, then van der Schoot 52.37, Breyer 52.82, so 3/10 off what she ran in Germany. On to Serie B, or heat number 2, whatever your flavour. Tess McHugh, another British athlete, I believe, who is Welsh international now, or is Welsh eligible, along with Evan Blackman and Abigail Paula. Precious Malepu, South African, we saw that of Vondrova, then Poppy Malik improving this year to 52.07. Of course, representing Great Britain at the European Indoors as well as the World Relays. Alice Mangione of Italy. Astrid Ertsgaard, the Norwegian, and Rebecca Borger, another Italian. So you can see quite a few of the near nations around Europe bringing big contingents here. And in the last few moments, it's been notable to mention the Italians along with the French, Dutch, Brits and others. Well, Mangione, one of the fastest in the field. One of two athletes who've gone sub 52 seconds out of this field. 51.07 personal best. Vondrova 50.92 personal best. Poppy Malik very capable of breaking 52 seconds, and she may well do it in this race. So watch out for her in lane 5. Mangione and Vondrova either side, great consistent performers. And you can see there Malik in the black vest, Vondrova with the red to her right. So here we go then, another three-way battle down the home straight. Vondrova, Malik and Mangione. So is it going to be the Italian again, or is Vondrova going to come through here now? And Malik still benefiting from being in a strong race. Oh, it's another Italian victory. 51.09. Just outside Mangione's best. Alice Mangione, 28 years of age now, but has represented her country in the final, of course, of the Olympic Games in the mixed relay, in which she was 6th in Paris, but also 3 top 8 finishes in relays at major championships. And it's that kind of experience in which I'm sure she would have gained a lot. Already with a personal best this year, 51.75, which was in fact set indoors. Really quite unusual. That was on the 7th of February, so yes, it was very much knocking on the door of further improvement coming into this. I'd like to see that full replay conclude. Mangione with the Olympic ring necklace. Very nice additional touch. Her compatriot Alessandra Bonora, 51.97 with that victory from the first heat from van der Schoot and Breyer. So not only an Italian victory again, but Brit in 3rd place. Beginning to see a bit of a pattern. Yeah, just the 5 athletes, I think it was, in that heat. Straight up as well with this, so it was 4th actually for Poppy Malik, but look at that, personal best by just 0.01 seconds as we move on to the final heat then. So Victoria Ahuragu on the outside, hoping to follow her teammates in impressing in the last few moments. 50.36 her personal best from 2023. This is Jana Lackner, alongside in this final heat, the German with a PB this year of 51.77. Lenny Shida is a Ugandan athlete, 50.93 at best. So, yes, personal best at the age of 31. Good going. National record indeed. Previous PB had been here from 4 years ago, 51.81. But get this, Evelis Aguiar, someone who has a heptathlon background, does sometimes indicate strength in the 400 meters. 49.80 this year. PB had been 51.07 from the Budapest World Championships a couple of years ago. Virginia Troiani, Mediterranean Games relay winner 3 years ago. Very closely matched with Ellie Beer, both with a personal best of 51.3. Beer, a winner of a bronze medal, very close up, a bronze medal in the World Indoor Championships. Daniela Fra Palmer alongside her, and Berta Segura, the Spanish athlete on the inside. So this again, once again, a really good lineup. We've got Shida and Aguiar, the two fastest athletes in the field by some way, but they'll have to try and back up those recent personal bests of 50.93 and 49.80 respectively. Particularly impressive the time from the 32-year-old Colombian Aguiar. So Segura, Fra, Beer, Troiani, Aguiar, Shida, Lackner and Ahuragu right on the outside, although we have seen victories from lane 8 in the last few moments, including from Alessandra Bonora of Italy. So making up good ground here, you can see Ellie Beer in the red kit there from lane 3. And also pushing along nicely is Troiani on her outside. So Victoria Ahuragu, whose sister Christine was always such a strong finisher in the last 100, overtaken by those as the stagger unwinds down this home straight. And Troiani from Aguiar, this is. Aguiar coming through. So the fastest athlete on paper wins the race then from lane 5. 50.78, so this should be a personal best for a number of the athletes behind, because as mentioned, just a couple of them had gone sub 51 in recent times anyway. Well, since the retirement of Catherine Ibargüen, there haven't been too many top Colombian names on the international circuit, so Evelis Aguiar's recent improvement is certainly something to shout about for South American athletics. She's won national titles across the sprint events, as well as in the heptathlon and long jump too. Yeah, very interested to see the potential personal best for those lower down the field. And yes, so often when we see a result, we see the winning time, and we don't get the opportunity to really digest what's happened. And maybe someone's fastest ever PB that might never break from finishing 4th might get them an international opportunity, and it's definitely, I feel, the case at moments like this, as well as it is on the Diamond League circuit, for example. You might finish 9th, get a big personal best and international selection as a result. You can see Troiani was pulling clear there, but just beginning to tie up in the closing stages of that race. That concludes then these 400-meter heats, and should get the result shortly, as the hurdles are put out. It's initially going to be 110 and 100-meter hurdles, of course, for men and women respectively, but we will see 400 hurdles a little later on. Well, there we are, a meeting record once given officially there, breaking the record of Christina Bottler-Getswy from 2018. Remember being at the event there. Also in 2018, the Botswana athlete won that race. Personal best for Troyani, good season's best for Ahorogu. Bia 5/100ths of a second off her PB. Good time for Daniela Fra also. So very, very encouraging race that. Victoria Ahorogu, although she has run 50.3 seconds, at this time of the season I think she'll be pretty satisfied with that sort of time. She had run just last week actually in Florida 51.35 to put her third in the UK this year, which I believe she remains behind Amber Anning and also Yemi Mary John. That was a really good set of heats. Let's see what's happening then in the men's long jump. So just taking a quick glance, we've got 6 athletes involved. This is Rahul Mayao, who also saw in Greece recently on one of these streams, and he has achieved in the second round a meeting record. It doesn't show what the previous meeting record was, but 7:58 from the second round. But it does suggest it was quite an attainable meeting record. It just says 0.00, so which is unlikely to be the case unless the long jump has never been held here before, which also feels unlikely. Anyway, Jared Bia 7:41, Nicolas Bercier 7:31, and Mohamed Reda Shaboun 7:25. Stephen Momo, who we're watching here, 6:89. That's the top 5 as things stand. And I believe that Roland Garrix of Hungary, Cyril Kernbach of Switzerland yet to register a mark. So that's how things are going in this long jump. In the high jump, I can tell you that Engla Nilsson of Sweden has cleared 194 at the second attempt. Una Stanchev still in the competition, has achieved 191 so far. She has one more attempt left at 194, so that proven to be a good battle. Emily Borthwick a best today of 180, the British athlete. So men's sprint hurdles next on the track. Looking here at Mohamed Reda Shaboun, the Italian. 7:25 from the second round. We're now in the third. You're watching live coverage of Atletica Genève, World Athletics Continental Tour meeting on European Athletics YouTube. Shaboun then trying to make the backwards cap fashionable, along with trying to sprint down this runway. So the leader, very attainable 7:58. He does have a personal best of 7:97. Let's have a look here. Good speed down this runway, getting those knees up nice and high. Drives up and through, continues that rotation. Nice solid jump there, and it does improve to 7:50. As for the fashion, well, that's subjective. What's objective is the distance. At least with the fluorescent yellow, easy to spot. Nicolas Bercier, third attempt. Starting to pack the athletes quite close together and there's 17 centimeters separating the top three, but it's actually quite a lot compared to some of the meetings we've watched together. How are you doing, by the way? Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Lots of athletics as ever. Building towards those European Team Championships. For those who've marked them in their calendar, I hope you have. All three divisions will be streamed. And in the past, it's just been the top two that have been streamed. So, yeah, chance for all nations to be covered, including the Association of Small States of Europe. Countries like, for example, Monaco, and others who don't have a full team of athletes. San Marino do, though. Luxembourg probably favourites to get out of that division. So that's coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 o'clock Central European time. And second and first divisions, I believe, coming up next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Similar sort of schedule for around 2 until 8 Central European time. 7:29 for Bercier, so no improvement there. So Shaboun just going over potentially to get some coaching advice, and maybe just asking to see whether people think he should turn his cap the usual way. Also well within his right to do what he pleases. You can imagine on a day like this, though, be getting pretty sweaty under that cap, as well as in other areas. Well, always a good sign when the hurdles look to be in the right places. We're going to have two heats, so slightly smaller contingents here. When we're talking about hurdles, we have to mention at the end of last month the International Flanders meeting, where we had a huge number of personal bests. A lot of British athletes involved, along with quite a few of the Europeans that you'll see today. Generally, some big breakthrough moments, including for Evan Blackman, who I was mentioning earlier. And that got him an international opportunity, of course. But we're seeing, yes, some breakthroughs for some younger coaches like Di Green in that situation. And Emily Newnham, of course, getting personal best there as well. And 400-metre hurdles to come later, of course. For now, it's the 110. Expecting to see Daniel Goriola in this. Won the UK indoor title this year. Quite obviously, that's over 60 hurdles, but it got him a place at the European indoors in Apeldoorn. So similar to Poppy Malik, making that international senior debut in March. This is an event in which they've been a number of good young Italians rising through the ranks for the last couple of years, such as Lorenzo and Delis Simonelli. In this, we've got Hassan Fofana and Niccolò Giacalone of Italy, and Stanislav Stankov of Bulgaria, 13:56 his personal best. Matteo Jacquet of Switzerland, 13:48. This should be a great opportunity for Daniel Goriola, who had the commentators trying to work out what his gesture was after the UK indoors when he was sort of stirring a pot. It was "let him cook" is the expression, whether you like it or not. Let someone cook, basically to be cooking with gas or whatever you like. To be putting on a show, having a great performance. Other definitions for words can be found in dictionaries. Goriola, who turned 20 this year, and a personal best of 13:55. This is a good field though. Everyone around that mid 13.5 range, but only two athletes, sorry, setting personal bests in recent times, i.e. this year. Daniel Castilla Miranda, 13.70, the Spanish athlete, and Jos van Hellemont, the Dutchman, 13.74. Well, it's a day to wear white and have plenty of water at the ready. Might just take a sip myself. There we are, delicious hydration. Looks like a DNS from lane 7 in fact. And as ever, it's always the athlete that I've talked up, isn't it? Daniel Castilla Miranda, personal best this year, but not in this race. So we've got Amare Drum, a Congolese athlete, but another based locally in the Stade Genève club colours. Stanislav Stankov, that's the Bulgarian vest. Nicolo Giacalone of Italy. Jos van Helmont of the Netherlands. Mathieu Jacquet. They always seem to have good names, these sprint hurdlers. I think we're going to see Nolan van Kouwenberg, the Belgian, in a moment. Certainly was on the entry list, the Belgian. Hassan Fofana of Italy, and then no Daniel Castilla Miranda, just saying his name because I can, and it's a nice one to say. And then Daniel Guardiola on the outside, the Brit. So away we go now, very even at this point. Jacquet going nicely, the Swiss athlete. Guardiola starting to come through, along with Van Helmont, I think it is, from lane 4. So 13.78, very close to that new lifetime best. And you can see there, we haven't seen the wind at the end of every race, but that hasn't necessarily been relevant to show it, of course. So that would be why. Nearly still, so really good conditions for sprinting. So 13.77 for Van Helmont, just off that new lifetime best of 13.74. Waiting for the other results to come through now. So Nolan van Kouwenberg is indeed to come in a moment, along with the Brazilian Eduardo de Deus and Will Ritchie Moulin of Great Britain. Let's have another look here then. So Van Helmont has a bit of work to do at this stage. So Mathieu Jacquet, as I was saying, will have that initial lead. Guardiola finishing well. You can see that long stride. I've seen at the National Athletics League Championship that he participated in recently some brilliant photos by Steve Wilkin. Guardiola at absolute full stretch and winning that race, but also, yeah, capturing his technique brilliantly through photography. And, you know, I've heard that in hurdling, actually, that can be massive. Just seeing basically the phase through each part of the race. Pinpoint photography, as well as in the jumps events as well. But yes, read a dossier once about how photography had helped steeplechase water jump technique. And, well, it's kind of known that immediate replay video analysis is important, but yeah, capturing still photography as well. I think particularly where the technique and exact shape is important has been helpful too. Van Helmont, 13.77, you can see officially there. Guardiola, really strong season's best. Although he hadn't done too many races outdoor this year, but yeah, that's a very encouraging performance from him. And yes, someone who's already competed for Great Britain very well at age group level. He is under 23 now, and small season's best, it was 13.93 by the way, but that's still quite encouraging. Now, faster than him this year is Will Richie Moulin. I kind of knew him best as a Durham University athlete, similar to Evan Blackman in fact. They're both having really good seasons. Will Richie Moulin, fourth in the UK this year with 13.86, the Birchfield Harrier, so very interesting to see what he can do here. And coached, I believe, by Laura Turner-Elaine. He had a personal best over 60 hurdles this year. That was to win the UK Indoor Bronze Medal. 7.87 was his time. Wearing the Scotland vest. So, yes, immediately my attention turns to looking at the Scottish standard for the Commonwealth Games. And that standard is 13.55. So I'm sure that'll be one of his targets. Certainly medium term, ahead of what would be a home Commonwealth Games, of course. So Richie Moulin in lane 1, Jamie Sisse, the Dutchman from 2, Oliver Moulas of Italy, another improving athlete to 13.64 this year, 0.2 second improvement. And then alongside we've got Eduardo de Deus, the Brazilian, Pan American Games winner 2 years ago, Nolan van Kouwenberg, the Belgian, John Paredes. Well, you could see the movement there as I continue to read along the lineup, and I think it was from the Brazilian from lane 5 in the blue kit. And initially I was going to say, I can't believe they're not bringing this race back. Clear early movement late in the starting phase, shall we say. So no doubt the officials having a close look at that. Quite clever, in fact, to have the parasol protecting some of the equipment here. We have seen all kinds of weather, though, as we see actually the green card there. So, yes, always happy to see a green card. Eduardo de Deus probably told, yeah, please wait for the gun, don't anticipate the start, and that's good for him to get that warning, and he acknowledged it. Well, the weather today in Geneva, around 30 degrees, humidity of 38%. Expected to cool down a little bit in the next hour or so. A small chance of a bit of drizzle as well. Certainly you can see there's by the start finish of the oval, there's a good number of athletes trying to get at his shade. Richie Moulin, Sesse, Moulas, Abakar, de Deus, van Kouwenberg, Paredes, Godina. So, strong start here you can see from Moulas, the Italian. Now de Deus, the Brazilian, coming through along with Abakar of Qatar. Good battle with these two. And the tall figure of the Qatari athlete, Umar Dudai Abakar. 13.63. Well, this is an athlete who's improved recently to 13.39. National record time as well. And yeah, ever so slightly more windy than it was just a moment ago for that first heat. But impressive rising Qatari name. And of course, just over a tenth faster than that initial victory in the first heat for Jos von Helmont. De Juice just a 10th behind, 13.69 the official time. 13.92 for Moulas, who was leading briefly at one point. So we're watching lanes 3, 4 and 5. Moulas in the white, De Juice in the blue, and between them, watch out here, coming through again, long span of that stride, Umar Dudai Abakar of Qatar in the maroon. A vest made famous in recent years by Mutaz Essa, Barshim and others. So we'll move on very shortly to the women's race, and we'll have 3 heats once again, or an additional heat compared to the 2 we've just seen. Best known names coming in this 3rd heat in a few moments time. So we're going to see Abigail Paula, who of course has had phenomenal success initially in the sprint hurdle, 60 and then 100, and then more recently at Gertzis on her debut there, over 6,300 points in the heptathlon, asserting the fact that yeah, she's not going to just be a sprint hurdler, but she will very much intend to improve across all 7 events, which is really great to see because of the British tradition of heptathlon. We're also going to see Sasha Alessandrini, a consistent performer, sub 13 seconds. Annick Carlin, another of the world's top heptathletes, and yeah, someone who got a world indoor long jump medal earlier this year. So those are some of the big names to come in the final heat. But a few of them heptathletes, and a former heptathlete would say now, Nadine Visser, holding the meeting record set last year, 12.64. Don't think anyone's going to threaten that today, but it will be a good battle. This was the result then in that 2nd heat of the men's hurdles. Abakar De Juice from Moulas and Gadina. So yeah, the last half an hour or so has been some very positive moments for some of the Italian athletes. Nolan van Kouwenberg might be a little bit disappointed to be as far back as 5th there for the Belgians. We've also had Dylan Borley earlier in the men's 400 metres. Well, I told you that there'd be some reaction to the news that the Irish 4x100 metre relay team, the men's team that is, broke the national record that had stood since 2000. And Tommy Comins, hope I'm pronouncing that right, he's actually posted on X congratulating the Irish team who broke that 25-year-old national record today. And to be honest, 25 years is a good stint, isn't it? As we have a look at Sveva Krastrini, who'll be part of this 1st heat of the women's 100 hurdles. Yeah, so he said, well done to Michael Farrelly, Boriak Enola, Marcus Lola, Israel Olatunde, and he's provided a picture, great picture of the team from Sydney with himself. And so this is really testing me now. John McAdory, Gary Ryan and Paul Brazil. So yeah, love to see the kind of moments that we see happen in real time on these streams, then celebrated on social media. And yeah, sometimes with particular nations, we've seen it, for example, Diamond League social media. Botswana is a big one, Kenya, even the Dominican Republic as well. Some of the performance we've seen from Marilene Paulino, there's Kenya, Ferdinanda Mondiala, and you can pick out a number of the Botswana athletes. But yeah, really delighted to see that interaction with Tommy Comins. Back to the long jump, and let's check in once again. So, and I will update you on the high jump as well in a moment. Looks as though Rahal Mayao still leading with that second round jump of 7:58. Mohamed Reda Shaboun 7:50, that jump we saw in the third round. And then Jared Beer 7:45, an improvement recently in the fifth round, the only athlete to let's say make a big difference in the last few moments to our standings. Mayao hoping to improve on his 7:58. I think we've got a DNS there, because I mentioned that there weren't marks registered, but not coming through as fouls either. So I think it's just the 5 athletes involved. The others, Nicolas Bercier and Stephen Momo, both of whom we've seen. They have 7:39 and 7:31 and 6:89 best so far. So while this is happening, let me have a look at the women's pole vault. So no results coming up there yet. So women's high jump finishing with Engla Nielsen 194 from Una Stanchev 191, Fatoumata Bali 188. So height by height, position by position really. Emily Borthwick 180, same as Charlotte Sorin. Women's discus was before this live stream started. In fact, it was won by Alexandra Emilianov, the Moldovan athlete, 61:15 in the final round, some nearly 6 meters ahead of Helena Levelati of Finland, Stefania Stromio of Italy, 54:77 in third. I'll give you one more, Kirsty Law, 54:42 in the fifth round, fourth place, as I know there is a lot of British interest watching on this stream. The women's triple jump yet to begin. I believe that starts in just over 15 minutes time. Also yet to start men's javelin and men's shot put, as well as women's long jump. So you can see that schedule on the Atletica Genève website, along with the live results. So starting to come through quite well now. So no change in the men's long jumper. That jump there from Stephen Momo, 6:69. You're watching live coverage of Atletica Genève. It's a World Athletics Continental Tour bronze meeting. Squinting through the sunlight there, Banfata in this lineup for what's called Eliminatoire B, second heat of the women's 100 hurdles. Or indeed first, if I haven't lost count. Sveva Castrini, we saw warming up a moment ago. Lena Weiss, Melissa Benfata, Astrid Niame, the Canadian guest here. Other athletes, all more local, Swiss or French. Maiva Tahu of the Bellinzona Club, and Leni Pavlovich, French athlete. So yes, there we are. Now, the way this works in terms of qualification for the final, I'm just noting this on the start list. The fastest 8 based on time. And we have 18 athletes involved across the 3 heats here. Well, really good start there from Niami, but overtaken here by Lena Weiss, with Melissa Benfata starting to come through and Niami fighting back. So coming to the line, Melissa Benfata, 13:33. So big season's best and 600ths of a second off her PB. So while that time doesn't guarantee making it through to the final later on, certainly stands her in good stead to be in the top 8 fastest overall. I'm hoping to see sub 13 seconds, of course, in the final heat involving Sasha Alessandrini, Abigail Paula, Annick Kalin, among others. Benfata, third from the inside in the red kit. Doesn't get the best start, but others reacted terrifically well around her. See that good speed between the hurdles and holds her form very well to that line. So final coming up in, I'll make it 2.5 hours time. We'll have 100-meter flat sprints before then, as well as 400 hurdles. 13:31 officially, and that's a good margin of victory for a race like this. Lena Weiss in second, Astrid Niami in third, as we thought. And also to come 200 meters and 1500 for men, 800 for women. This is indeed the second heat, Eliminatoire B. Coming up now, not as I prematurely announced it before. So strong Swiss representation, including Valérie Guignard in this preliminary round. Guignard with a lifetime best of 13:19, very closely matched to Lerato Pages Maboka of Spain and Jill Sanchez, a Swiss compatriot, all around that 13.1 second mark. Celeste Mucci, the Australian heptathlete, 13:28 this year, but only a couple of years ago set a personal best of 12:84, sorry. And a similar situation for Lovisa Andresen, not having her best season just yet in mid to late June, but has 12:89 in the past. So this one a little bit harder to predict. We'll focus on it in just a moment's time. Shaboon still second in the long jump. 7:67 there in the final round. And he has taken the lead. Now 9 centimeters ahead of Ryan Mayao. So that was a hugely significant moment. And Mayao, another trying the backwards cap look. Well, up to that point, he had the 2 longest jumps in the field, but suddenly Mohamed Reda Shaboon of Italy improves to 7:67, showing as a meeting record, but previous meeting record isn't written for any of the field events, so they're all coming up as meeting records, so kind of want to verify that before confirming it. Andresen, Mucci, Sanchez, Pajmaboka, Guignard, Bategni. And it's Pajmaboka going very strongly here through the centre. Sanchez trying to fight back, Bategni trying to get involved. Maboka across the line, 13.14. Well, unofficially, that small fraction, 0.01 seconds off her lifetime best.
qui améliore son record personnel. Nouveau son best.
Dans l'officiel 13-14.
Lavisa Anderson there.
Troisième position.
One of those athletes who we weren't quite sure what kind of form she'd be in. It's very, very close to that second spot and third indeed. Be good to have another look at that race, but Lerato Pages Mboka. Apologies as always for any mispronunciations, but yeah, young Spanish athlete, turning 20 this year.
14,
13.15 personal best coming into this. Everyone 13.22 as a season's best. But we have seen quite a few changes when the result is confirmed officially. Only small fractions, but makes a difference, especially in a race like this. Jill Sanchez finishing well on her inside from lane 4 there as well. So 13.11, there you go. Does make a bit of a difference there. Mucci got up for second place, given the same time as Sanchez, just ahead of Bertegni. Improves by 0.03 of a second on her lifetime best. Women's triple jump now. Some decent athletes in this, including Shelby Odier, Stade Genève athlete, but for whom has been based in the UK, studying at Brunel University. So have the Italian Ottavia Sestanaro and Bulgaria's Gabriela Petrova. And Ilona Massim of Belgium is a big jump at over 14 meters 30, but a windy jump in Greece to win the meeting just the other day. So curious to see what she can do. 13.98 as well, a wind legal PB there. A chance to improve on that. You may have caught it on European Athletics Instagram, on which it was posted there too. Well, let's hope for something sub 13 seconds, but oh, I've just seen that Abigail Paulett is a DNS. Oh, what a shame. But then again, can't say we've not already had a fair share of personal best from her this year. And if there was any slight injury or any slight issue, I'm sure she would have looked at the bigger picture first, and I can have absolutely no qualms about that. But let's see, can anyone go faster than Paja Boka? Personal best at 13.11. Full lineup with Martina Hjornevik, Elia Bock, both of Norway, Alessandrini, as mentioned, of France, Kalin, Switzerland, Noel Korkelkorn, Belgium here. And this is Annie Karlin then. Coming through the field, 12.86. For Alessandrini, in fact, who's looking out for the red Swiss vest, but yes, Sasha Alessandrini in what is again a small fraction of her lifetime best. So we switched to that race right before without the introduction, so suddenly saw opening that start list a DNS for Abigail Paulett. And just the 5 athletes in the field in the end. Let's have another look here. So Alessandrini in the reddish pink Adidas vest, Kalin in the pink alongside her on her outside. Kalin eventually finishes fourth, in fact, in 13:16. And look at that, the two Norwegians doing really well, Bock and Hjornevik. Particularly that personal best for Martina Hjornevik by over a tenth of a second. And Alessandrini, the only athlete sub 13 seconds, and by some considerable margin, 12:84, couple of tenths off that meeting record of Nadine Visser set last year. Well, Visser also the fastest in Europe this year, 12:49 in Stockholm, the Diamond League. Again, just a few days ago, or last weekend if you like. Ditaji Kambunji also high up, second on the European list this year with 12:66. Pia Skrzyszowska, 12:67. So Alessandrini not too far off some of those top athletes in Europe. Also includes Victoria Forster, the Slovakian, another who we've seen very versatile come through the European age group competitions. So still plenty to come here over the next couple of hours or so, both track and field. Athletes with towels over their head trying to keep cool. Well, unfortunately, we're not yet seeing the distances come through. We are seeing the wind readings come through. So, yeah, telling us less than half of the information, but I'm sure that'll be rectified soon. Rahal Mayao, he gave it a go in the last round, just waiting also for that 6th round long jump. Result 7:59, so yes, close to that lead that was taken over in the final round by Mohamed Reda Shaboon. It was Mayao's best jump, and in the end it was 8 centimetres short of victory. In the women's pole vault, the bar at an early height of 385, I can tell you that Savannah Hullman of Switzerland, Léa Mauberet of France, and her compatriot Juliette Zebik have all gone clear. So the bar should go up shortly to 4 metres once we've seen whether Romy Burkhardt of Switzerland can go clear. Obviously some athletes not entering for quite a while, including Chunga Niu of China, expected to come in at 4:35, so we're a good half metre off that as things stand. Burkhardt has gone clear, so we will go up to 4 metres in the women's pole vault. Men's 100 metres coming up shortly, of which it appears we'll have 6 heats. And yeah, seeded once again. So we'll see some of the international names towards the latter stages, as has been the case so far. No disrespect, obviously, to these entrants initially. We will have a final at 5:15 Central European time. In between, there'll be some under 20 and under 23 heats, so some good opportunities to get qualifying time for those European age group championships. So personal best here ranging between 10.6 and 10.9 seconds. Full lineup with Engeran Bossika of Belgium, Levi Giger of Switzerland, Isaac Holgersson of Sweden, Robert Torfs of Belgium, Vittorio Anyanwu of Italy, Raphael Bonetti, another from the Stade Genève local club, and another Swiss athlete from lane 8, and that is Lucas Gertner of the Amriswil Athletics Club. The youngest athlete in the field, 2007 born Levi Giga. One of the improvers this year to 10.83 seconds.
La piste est désormais libre. Les athlètes, les ordres, les starters.
So Bossikar, Giga, Holgersen, Torps, Anyanwu, Bonetti and Gertner here. And you can see going nicely from lane 4. It looks like it's a Torfs. 10.71 he comes through in. So less than a tenth of a second away from his lifetime best. So 10.69 officially. Isak Holgersson, the Swede, 10.80. In second place. And then Raphael Bonetti of Switzerland, 10.88.
La longueur de foulée, l'amplitude et le rythme de la foulée, et il y a un petit test que vous pouvez faire sur le terrain vert, juste derrière. Fleur est avec nous, merci beaucoup. Merci également à tous les autres sponsors, le partenariat institutionnel, la Ligue de Genève, le Fonds du sport de Canton de Genève, sponsor premium, le code du Léman, centre d'entraînement. Pour sponsor, le groupe Chevalet, notre partenaire Mercedes, partenaire à la promotion du sport pour la jeunesse, la fondation de la course de l'escalade. Et le sponsor prestige, le service industriel de Genève et Atletica. Merci également à tous les bénévoles.
Au couloir 5, un autre Suédois, Yunus Hill. Couloir 6, le Belge Jean Paco. Et au couloir 7, l'athlète de Grande-Bretagne, Gershon Aiken.
Well, starting to see a few athletes that we had initially appear in the relay at the start of the day. Sean Aiken in the Scotland vest, one of those. So, in the second heat of the men's 100, we have Zimignon of Sweden, René of France, Gu Gomez of Switzerland, Peel of Sweden, Paco of Belgium, and then Aiken, the Scottish athlete, as mentioned, in lane 7. So this one also pretty even. Gu Gomez and Pacquiao going well. Peel starting to come through, but you can see Zirignon very strong there on the inside. 10.51 seconds, so season's best for him. Poor tied athlete tries to hold on to hurdles trolley, should we say, just to rest himself, and then it gets driven away. Brilliant. 10.49 seconds for Jean-Christian Zirignon, Swedish athlete, and it's a Swedish one too. Linus Peel 10.58, and then Christian Aiken 10.61. Christian Aiken, who is around a tenth of a second off the Scottish standard for the Commonwealth Games in the 200 metres, which is possibly more likely of the two. Tends to be more of a 200-400 runner. And I mentioned that 20.79 in Eton recently, very impressive. And a couple of PBs in the midst of all of that, including Lee Thompson in that race earlier this month, or in fact it was 31st of May, wasn't it? No personal best in this one though. Still some great results, including for the Swedes out front. 4 more heats of the men's 100 at senior level anyway to come. Well, we're starting to see results coming through from the triple jump now. One possibility is that it was a delayed start. This is Nina Rehacek of the Stade Lausanne Athletisme Club. Not quite fully executing there, so we have so far Rachel Ombeni of Norway in the lead, 12.48. Let's move on to this next heat, and that's the familiar face of Korede Awe. Another who we've seen do well at the British universities, like I commented with Evan Blackman. Korede Awe medals over the last few years for University of East London. We've also got Sean Agbobo, Irishman, Daryl Bachman, Kamal Snyders, Sike Azu Arondi, American, Adam Clayton, Great Britain, another who was in the Scottish Relay Quartet earlier, And, well, don't have to rush through the team lineup now. Maxime Baudra, Switzerland. Let's have a look here then. Is there going to be clear early movement? Yes. So is that an Irish vest right on the inside? Yes, looks to be Sean Agbobo. We saw a green card earlier, don't forget. In a similar kind of situation. And I think the movement was even earlier there. So the officials with their parasol covered equipment in 30-degree heat will have a look. You're watching live coverage of this World Athletics Continental Tour bronze meeting from a sun-soaked Swiss track in Geneva. And here it is, a disqualification, unfortunately for Sean Agbobo. Who is arguing his case with the officials. While that happens, I can tell you, according to the results system, no one has yet cleared at 4 meters in the women's pole vault, so we'll wait for an update there. Caroline Joyeux has gone out to 13:59 to lead in the early stages of the triple jump. Well, as you can see, Sean Agbobo back in the field, so potentially running under protest here. And Daryl Bachmann, Camille Snyders, Sika Azu Arondi, Adam Clayton with the long hair there, Maxime Baudra and Kurede Awe with the headband. A lot of scrutiny there on Agbobo, told to put his hand behind the line. Third heat of the men's 100 is underway nicely this time around then. And you can see Azu Aronde, the American athlete, well clear Bobo doing well, second across the line, 10:38. So again, a season's best for the American athlete this time, the winner of that race. Awe was doing well at the finish, has run 10:15 in the past. 10:38 the official time for Sikeazu Arondi. Another with a Swiss club listed, so another local athlete. 10:63 for Bobo, and I believe separated by just thousandth of a second. Oh, it's come up as 10:63 and 10:64 in fact. Korede Awe in third place. So, should we have another look? Lane 5 we're watching out for our winner. And then lanes 2 and 8 for second and third place. It's a decent finish there from Korede Awe. Adam Clayton maybe a bit further back than expected, 10:87 for sixth. In the women's triple jump, still Joyo with 13:59, but Diana Zaganova, the Lithuanian, has equalled that. So we have two joint leaders. Shonag Bobo, well, that result not showing as DQ at the moment, so maybe he was fully reinstated. And given the incident we saw earlier where there was a green flag for De Deus, it was in the hurdles, the Brazilian, maybe that was a good case to argue as a result, given that it was quite a similar incident of clear early movement. Consistency obviously being the important thing. As well as respecting the officials. So Olha Corson. So good speed down the runway. Didn't quite achieve the height that I'm sure she would have wanted there. This is still the first round, of course, and this is one of the larger fields. There were 5 men in the long jump. There are 12 women here, so we'll have to wait and see whether they all get 6 jumps or it'll be just the top 8. Tends to depend meeting by meeting. Three athletes over 13 meters at this point. Women's 100 meters in around 10 minutes time. We'll see 5 races. So we see Corhun, the latest athlete over 13 meters, slots into 4th place. Gabriela Santos, another of our Brazilian contingent here. Again, didn't fully maximize the momentum she was trying to pick up. All about that transfer of energy, carrying it through the 3 phases. So it's Joya, 13:59, Daganova also on that. But having to cut what I'm saying short and to go back to the 100 meters. So Farrelly Snyders, Vico Spearing, Komarelowski, Henriksson and Olatunde winning on the outside here in 10:24. So big season's best, and following, I'm sure, that big boost of that national record in the men's 4x1 earlier in the relay, 25-year-old national record set at the Sydney Olympic Games and overtaken by today's Irish quartet. along with Lawler, Farrelly and Akinola. Farrelly was also in that race. 10.23 officially for Israel Olatunde. Great to see Jimmy Bucco as well, of course, one of Europe's best, former European record holder with 9.86. 10.37. He got third place there, did Vico. So him and Christophe Lemaitre competing with Europe's best and the world's best as well. So he's now 33 years of age. Still going fairly strong. Last international medal that he won was silver at the Europeans in Munich in the 4x1. Israel Olatunde, of course, that was a breakthrough championships for him, breaking the Irish record. Still stands at 10.12 seconds. I'm waiting for someone to really attack the 200-meter record as well. Still stands to Paul Hessian, I believe, at 20.3 seconds from 18 years ago. Of course, we've seen an Irish 800 record this year as well. Mark English improving on his best a couple of times, down now to 1:43.9. Back to the triple. So Ilona Masson in the last couple of moments as we look at Akgos of Turkey. Masson, who got that huge windy best of 14.31 recently and a wind legal best of 13.98, now leading by 21 centimetres and 13.80 from the first round. So still set to see quite a few changes, I'm sure. Not too many athletes have gone over 14 in the past, but Akgos is one of them, 12.74 so far. Israel Olatunde confirmed the winner of that 100-meter race, 10.23, from Ebrahima Kamara of Gambia, by just over a tenth of a second, and then Jimmy Vuko is mentioned in third. This is the lineup for the fifth heat. Bit of surprise actually that Olatunde was not in this next heat. I'm sure he would have liked to have been in a faster heat, and yeah, sometimes when you enter you're hoping to be in the fastest race possible, or at least with athletes faster than you. Obviously he's still got a good result, but you might have hoped to be with the athletes who have personal bests of around 10.1, even if he hasn't run that fast this year. In any case, we've still got Bori Akinola in this, so yeah, not bad, is it? 3 Irish sprinters in these consecutive heats. So also in this Tamir Burnett, who we saw in that men's 4x1, breaking the meeting record that he already held as part of a Dutch team. And Zizak Ekpo as part of that quartet too. Sei Ogunlei, Claude Itunge, Mamadou Falsar, Caleb Law, the Australian, 10.13 this year, Simon Verhestreiten, a Belgian, and then Bori Akinola. Personal best in Stratford recently, and looking to be a great prospect here. Can't quite do what Olatunde did. It was very close there though. And Burnett was coming through with Itunge. It looked like Burnett did take it on the line. Well, if you look at time set this year, then he was joint third fastest, but does come away with a good season's best, a really strong run. Tamir Burnett, and just maybe the relay helping him get ready, get warmed up in some sense for this individual victory. 10.14 seconds. Just ahead of Ogunlewe it was. 10.17. So let's have a look at lane 3 and lane 1 for our top two. Burnett just a little bit beaten at the start, but comes through very strong with this finish. And who is that just pulling up there? Well, if not pulling up, then fading quite significantly. Might have been Itunga, I think. Mamadou Falsar in third, 10:21, and then a personal best for Insikak Ekpo, a European silver medalist in the relay last year with Burnett, 10:23. Bori Akinola, also a personal best then in 10.25 seconds. He's just been corrected as fourth as well. Shelby Odia, Swiss athlete, can't quite execute in the triple jump, unfortunately.
Attention à cet homme espagnol, il a déjà lancé à 81 m 46 cette année.
So Bori Akinola was the Irish leader coming into this 10:28. Olatunde then improved, and then Akinola 10:25. So yeah, Olatunde, just looking back, 10:23. So he remains the Irish leader, but look how closely they are matched. 10:23 for Olatunde, and at 10:25, fourth place, but in a faster race. Things looking very, very good for Irish sprinting. And we still have this heat to come, featuring very exciting young South African, or two young exciting South Africans, Benjamin Richardson, Bradley Nkwana. Now Richardson, unfortunately injured, missing the Olympic Games last year, and people thought maybe that had dented their chances of winning an Olympic relay medal. In the end, they got silver in a thrilling wide open race. You may remember, won by the Canadian team, as Arnell Hughes was in the mix for Britain, but Akani Simbine getting the medal that had been long awaited. And with Bayanda Walaza, who's having a great season, Akwana, Simbine and Richardson, they look to have a great quartet, as well as the other Olympian who got on that podium was Sean Maswanganyi, who's been out studying in the States. Teammates for a while of Louis Hinchliffe of Britain. And yeah, things also looking fantastic for South African sprinting. As we concentrate then on this final heat of 6, knowing that we'll have a final later to come, so we ought to see these athletes again. Certainly, again, it's the top 8 based on time. Bradley Nkwana, 10:03 personal best. Benjamin Richardson, 9:86, but he's run 10:05 this year. So looking here now at Karabo Mothibi of Botswana. So it's not only the 400 and 200 meters. Tebogo obviously very, very versatile, the Olympic 200 champion. But yeah, Mothibi looking strong in this 100 meters. He's got a new personal best of 10:15. Full lineup then: Jacob Despard, Elvis Afrifa, another of those Dutch European silver medalists in the relay, 2 of which were in the last race. Tian Welpton of New Zealand, 10:10 this year. Joshua Azzopardi, 10:09 this year, the Australian. Then Benjamin Richardson, as mentioned. Timothy Mumentala of Switzerland. Bradley Nkwana, another we talked about. And Karabo Mothibi of Botswana. So Mothibi actually gets one of the best starts in this. You can see the tall figure then of Richardson coming through. Richardson, the South African here. Let's have a look. 10.03 seconds. A fantastic performance, and the wind was good in his favour as well. But South African sprinting looking so strong at the moment. Richardson in that red vest coming through. So 10:01 officially as well, now showing on the result. He's very close to going sub 10 seconds, as he has done very nicely in the past. 9.86 seconds You know, 9.86, the former European record, of course. Quite apt, as we were just talking about Jimmy Vico. And that remains his personal best, obviously. So, Richardson from lane 5. From Unkwana, it's a South African 1-2, actually. 10.09, another season's best for Unkwana, and 600s off his lifetime best. That angle couldn't quite see third place clearly. I'm waiting for that to come through. It was given to Mumenthaler, who was given a bit of work to do at the start. It's a personal best by 0.13 seconds. Very impressive from the young Swiss, and making the most of the opportunity on home soil. As we always say at these meetings, it's the locals who sometimes benefit from those travelling, making fast races and good fields generally. But the Swiss kind of very established anyway. But Mumenthaler with one of the best Swiss performances of the day, for sure. Elvis Afrifa given the same time, personal best by 0.02, and those are the results that have come up so far, and we'll wait for the full classification soon.
Je sais pas si là j'ai des grosses crampes. Il y a 200 mètres en fin de journée, il faut peut-être voir les priorités. Je pense que 200 mètres, les gens viennent me voir pour ça. Donc autant mettre en place des trucs pour courir vite ce soir.
Alors je te laisse aller voir avec Genève. Vous allez prendre la bonne décision à tout à l'heure sur 200 mètres de toute façon, et peut-être pour la finale. On applaudit bien fort, on parle avec lui tout à l'heure. Timothée Mumenthaler, le gros résultat identique jusqu'ici après le record national du 4 x 100 mètres.
In the men's javelin, we've got a decent field, a small field, but each with their own credentials. Manu Kijera, we saw, if you're watching at the European Throwing Cup, an athlete is capable over the 83 metres. Also Tobias Leine, the Finn, Daniel Bainbridge, former British champion. So some decent athletes involved as we move on very quickly with the women's 100 metres, of which there'll be 5 heats. Once again, top 8 fastest on time qualifying for the final in, I believe, an hour and 20 minutes time. We're going to see a couple of the Scottish athletes who are part of their relay quartet. Lucy Fraser with the black hair and Alicia Reese with the blonde hair from lane 5. Both in that new blue and white vest, which looks very smart. This is Maylee Cooper of Belgium. We'll go in lane 2. Lucy Fraser, strong over 100 and 200 metres. She's improved to 11.86 this year. And I'm sure if the Scottish team does make it to the Commonwealth Games, having got that standard, then there'll be big competition for places. The likes of Malone and Matheson hoping to make it through, but Alison Bell almost certainly, if fit, would be in the quartet, given her recent improvements. As we see Alicia Reese, great to see her back from injury. 11.78, showing us her best this year. Iris Silva of Portugal. We talk about how Portuguese athletics having a good year so far. Aiello of Italy, and then on the outside in lane 8 will be Duchesne of Belgium, one of those who's yet to break 12 seconds, but maybe this is the time to do it. Cooper, Fraser, Castellano, Reese, Silva, Aiello, Duchesne, the first heat of the women's 100 metres. Alicia Reese gets a good start. Her Scottish colleague Lucy Fraser neck and neck with her, and starting to come through Castellano in the green of Portugal. Castellano from Reese, 11.65. A personal best again, and this time by just over 1/10 of a second. Really strong race from another emerging Portuguese athlete, given officially as 11.64 seconds. It was a bit of an inter-team battle between Scotland and Portugal in the end.
For Castellano, new personal best. On va aussi se qualifier pour la finale de 7h25, les 8 meilleurs chronos.
11.75, a season's best for Alicia Reese from Iris Silva. And then the other Scot, Lucy Fraser, 11.84 and 11.86 respectively. Personal best for Fraser by 0.02. Very nice and smooth there from Castellano.
Espagne, 77,37 à son premier essai. Voici sa deuxième tentative.
Alors, en même temps, le saut, dixième à cause de la Turque.
Irish athlete from lane 6. We saw Agbobo appear to be reinstated, so it'll be interesting to see what our parasol-covered friends make of this. Meanwhile, I can tell you that in the women's triple jump, Ilona Masson still leading in the second round with 13.86 for the Belgian. Diana Zagainova of Lithuania, 13.59 as the green flag is shown. So, Beatriz Andrade of Portugal, Sarah Leahy of Ireland, her compatriot is Kieran Neville, Alicia Massini, Swiss athlete, Soraya Becerra, her compatriot for the Lausanne club, Rani Finke of Belgium, Aisling Kelly of Ireland, Chloe Chavpaillet of Belgium, and Silva O'Toole, another Irish athlete in this. So, Lena Weiss of Switzerland coming through for this victory from Lotte van Lent of Belgium, I think it was, on the inside.
Indien. Voilà la présentation au triple saut. Stade Genève. Genève, Poitiers.
Thomas Blecker in the javelin here.
Le troisième essai de Genève.
So this men's javelin competition, which has got underway in the last 10 minutes or so. Manu Quijera of Spain, 77.39 in the first round, leading the way from Topas Laine of Finland, 70.21. So you can see the results on the Atletica Genève website, atleticageneve.ch or ch. So Beatriz Castellano of Portugal winning the first heat, 11.64. Giorgia Bellinazzi of Italy, 11.54 the second, also personal best. In this one we've got quick run through the lineup then. Beatriz Andrade of Portugal, Sarah Leahy of Ireland, Kira Neville, her compatriot, Alicia Massini of Switzerland, Soraya Bachera, also Swiss, Rani Finke of Belgium, and Britt de Blauw of the Netherlands. So DNS Larissa Bertegni, the Swiss athlete who was meant to be in lane 7 and is not. Fastest athlete in this field on paper, Kira Neville going on personal best. That's quite a few years ago, so we'll wait and see what's possible here. She'll still be among the fastest in this third heat. So Neville getting away very nicely here and just about shaking things at the moment. Leahy and Andrade coming through strongly on the inside, but I think Neville did just hold on there. Soraya Bachera was also finishing quickly in the blue. I don't think she quite got there on the line. Well, this first bend, a shade vital to a number of the athletes who've just competed, taking off those spikes and resting those feet. Let's have another look then. So it's lanes 3 and 5 that we're keeping a close eye on. Neville in the white and black, and then Bachera in the blue. Obviously that angle not quite definitive, but the result is showing that Neville winning that race in a season's best time of 11.53. Javelin. And Manu Quijera in this third round leads by more than 5 meters. Daniel Bainbridge in the third round going out to 72.04. Decent effort. He has a personal best of 75.45. And yeah, Bainbridge's recent improvement was in Halle, a specialist throwing event in Germany, near Leipzig. That was last month. And Manu Quijera, 81.46 this year. The 77.10, close to that first round effort of Quijera, which leads the way. Liner in third place, Sumit Antal in fourth, Thomas Bleck in fifth. Back to the women's 100. So this is the fourth heat. We just saw Camille Sonville, then Geraldine Fry, now Veronica Pereira of Singapore. This is then Celine Bergy, Swiss athletes, on next to Tori Lewis, the Australian, 11.10. So second fastest personal best in the field. The only athlete that's faster, interesting, she wasn't part of the relay earlier, Isla Del Pont, former world indoor 60-meter champion. Yanni Deneya of Belgium alongside. She's improved this year to 11.44. One of 3 to have set recent personal bests in this field. And then Arealis Gandula, another Portuguese athlete on the outside. Obviously we saw that Portuguese 1-3 in the first heat. And don't forget, we're looking at top 8 by time to qualify through to the final. And the fastest time so far, Kira Neville, from that previous heat with the victory. The second fastest time so far, 11:54. Giorgia Bellinazzi, the victor in the second. And then Soraya Becerra, 11:55. Second place in that third heat. And you've got a couple on 11:57 as well. Andrade and Leahy, third and fourth in that third heat. All the results, as I say, on the meeting website. Sonneville, Fry, Pereira, Bergi, Lewis, Del Pont, Denai, Gandula. Athletes holding still, then launching away, and Fry doing that the best of all as Pereira, Singapore, chases her down. Del Pont well back on her best. Very, very close on the line between Tori Lewis, Arealis Gandula and Geraldine Fry. May just have been Tori Lewis that shaded it. No one was really leaning across the line there to make sure they got that advantage. Customary post-race hugs, but we're waiting for that result at 11:52. Wow, so 11:52, 3, 4 and 5, and then two athletes on 11:57. It's going to be quite close to make it through as the top 8 if you want another run out later. Gandula given the victory by 1/1000th of a second. Goodness me, extremely close and still with one race to go. 11:56 then for Geraldine Fry, was third as we thought, and then Denaya fourth, 11:61. Well, that race coming up in a few moments' time, expected to feature the likes of Bianca Williams of Great Britain, Salome Cora of Switzerland, and Lauren Bazzolo, the Portuguese athlete. That result that we mentioned for Kira Neville there means that she's the third fastest athlete so far. So, good chance of making it through to the final. Interesting that the wind, I should say, is minus 1.8. A little bit different to what we've seen so far, up to plus 1.4 as we look at Topias Laine of Finland in the javelin. As mentioned, pushed down to third place in the last round. This is round number 4. Daniel Bainbridge ahead of him in the order. No improvement, 70.05 a moment to go. Laine next. In between the hurdles on the oval. So holding that javelin high, pushing back, pushing all the way through the implement as he blocks and comes to a stop on the line. And the implement, it's difficult to say really where that is without any cone markers. It's either going to be between 65 and 70 or 70 and 75. No time to dwell. Bianca Williams from lane 2. The British athlete having a good season, another who was on display at the National Athletics League in Eton recently. Of course, there's a great collection of medals, and also coming back from childbirth to perform fantastically well and make it into British relay quartets. Xenia Burri of Switzerland. On the very inside we didn't see was Cecilia Tamayo Garza of Mexico. On to Lauren Dorcas Bazzolo of Portugal. She was in the relay quartet earlier, having yet another good season. 11:19 in her 40s now. Minka Bishops of the Netherlands, yes, also got that run out in the relay. Boglaka Takash, well, she has fresh legs. Fantastic performances at the European Age Group Championships over the last couple of years, and then of course getting a chance to be on display at the World Championships on home soil. Fantastic opportunity for all of the Hungarian athletes. And it was Takash obviously getting 100 and 200 silver at the European Under-23s a couple of years ago. Salome Cora alongside her, and Vitória Cristina Rosa of Brazil in lane 8. So personal best ranging between 10.95 and 11.32 here. But Xenia Buri, who has, let's say, the personal best that is slowest. I was trying to think of a more diplomatic way of saying it. We don't really have time to think about diplomacy for this moment. She's the most recent improver. 11.52, the target time at the moment. Let's see who will go faster than that. Bozzolo in the green and white of Lisbon through the centre, but coming through is Takash. I don't think she got there on the line. 11.31 for Bozzolo. So consistent season after season. Look at that, into a strong wind. So Bozzolo, who turned 42 last month, so experienced, and yes, it's, you know, even more than a tenth off her season's best, but still able to beat a strong field when it mattered. Well, it's sometimes said, and I remember Richard Kilty saying it a couple of years ago, that he felt doing more than one race in quick succession, even though it's just sprints, was sometimes quite a lot for him at the age of 34, I think he was saying, 33, 34. So Lorraine Bozzolo, well, we'll just see what she can do. She's proved plenty of doubters wrong, I am sure. Every confidence she'll continue to do just that. As we wait for the official and full result to come through here. There we are, Takash and Bozzolo. Well, they're given the same time, and Takash just in front, sometimes deceived by the camera angle. Bishops, then Buri. There we go, so ranked last coming in maybe on personal best, but finishing fourth, beating Bianca Williams, for whom it is a season's best. Salome Cora just behind. Garza and Rosa. Oh, some fantastic heats, and yeah, pleased to say we have those finals still to come. Looks like that's Daniel Bainbridge in the javelin. We're watching from behind a tent. So here is Bainbridge. Can he get closer to 75 meters? The implement drops down. And Tobias Liner warming up. We'll wait for that measurement. I believe we're moving into the 5th round now. And yeah, we'll go through quickly because there are only 5 athletes involved. Liner next to go. A lot of pressure on Finnish javelin throws to be a top contender. Obviously we saw Oliver Helander win a European medal last year. Liner, one of the rising stars. He's 23 years of age. Yeah, again, no cone markers there, but waiting for results to come through. Liner, who turns 24 next month, so yeah, he has already competed at European Under-23 Championships. Of course, winning the title on home, not on home soil, but in Tallinn, so not too far away, and then getting a silver more recently in 2023 in Espoo in Finland. 70 meters 13 there. So the live results just a little bit behind what we're seeing on the graphics, which is more up to date. Good to see.
À sa 5e tentative.
Manu Quiera, the Spanish athlete.
Record du meeting, 82-40.
Maybe someone who's waiting for a big breakthrough at international level. Has won Spanish titles before. 3 times national champion. But as we know, javelin competitions can throw up some unpredictable and unusual results. 2019, 2022, and then last year his 3 Spanish titles. Throwing over 77 meters, similar to what he's done today on all 3 occasions. And then that personal best, 83.28, was in La Nucia 3 years ago. 3 years ago, last week pretty much, in fact, mid-June. Still the holder of the national under-18 best, 77.26, obviously, with a 700-gram implement. Now, I believe this is Sumit Antal of India. He's the only athlete we haven't seen so far, but he has got a new personal best. And yes, obviously we all know about Neeraj Chopra, but there's a whole number of Indians either inspired by him or part of this generation that's really enjoying javelin throwing and having some great results. But Sumit Antal, a double gold medalist at the Paralympics, winning both in Tokyo and in Paris, setting Paralympic records both times, 70.59, best of those indeed. So no mark for him there, 27-year-old from the Haryana region. Thomas Blake, the Frenchman, in this final round. So not fully attacking the runway there. Shape to throw early. Javelin goes a little off to the right. We'll wait for that official result. Really looking forward to the 400 hurdles that's coming up very shortly as well. So don't go anywhere. 100 meter finals to come, 200 and then 1500 for men, 800 for women. There we go, 65.94 in the final round. As we thought, no improvement. Daniel Bainbridge though, so yeah, you can see still that 72.04, a solid second place. Let's see what Bainbridge can do now. Consistently over 70 meters. There's the Brit. They're shaping to throw quite early. Space before the line, comes down with the dive and executes that technique quite cleanly. Locked in this nice battle with Tobias Leiner. So the European Under-23 champion 2021. So Bainbridge, his competition is over. I think he's waiting to find out what that measurement will be. Tobias Leiner all the way through that implement. Decent angle of release there. Waiting to see if he can overcome that 72 meter mark of Bainbridge. Let's wait for those results to come back online. Very shortly we'll have the 2 heats of the men's 400-meter hurdles. That's the next track action that's scheduled. So no improvement there for Liner, certainly. And it means there's just one throw left for Manu Quijera. So let's have a look at what the Spaniard can do. So, accelerates down this runway, holds that javelin high. Again, good angle release, good pushing through the implement there, transferring that energy over. And I believe that is around 72 meters. He may have actually deliberately gone out across that line just as we were watching. Chiera, yeah, as I say, some good performances at the European Throwing Cup. Waiting for that real breakthrough at international level. It could come at any point. Certainly clean there at the initial effort. 81.46 so far this year. That was at the Spanish Winter Throwing Championships in Castellón in February. 75.69 in the end. So in some ways a class above the rest. See, so just looking and seeing the full result has been pushed through now. Liner improved in the 4th round to 75.74. So back ahead of Bainbridge, who did improve in the last round to 72.41. Solid results all round, you'd have to say. Then Blake 69.82 and Sumit Antil 68.58. Well, there's been not too much time to catch breath over the last hour or so. We've been switching from track to field quite quickly, especially with those 100-meter heats, which were very close. And there is that javelin result, as mentioned. Oh, goodness me, it looks like we are midway through this heat. And so, having a look here at lane 6, I do believe, Michele Bertoldo of Italy. We'll have to wait for the time to come up. It is indeed Bertoldo, though, in the Carabinieri vest. Coming through to win that race. I was going to say, had we had the time to say it, that he was looking like the best in the field coming into this. Personal best of 50.01, but I can tell you that he's gone sub 50 for the first time. 49.63. 2.5 tenths a second of Saba Molnar, who does the same and improves by nearly a second. With Lindukule Gora of South Africa 50.48 in 3rd. Gogo Takash of Hungary 50.51, a personal best in 4th. So yeah, bodes really well for the faster race that we're about to see in just a moment. So that performance putting Bertoldo 15th on the Italian all-time list behind Alessandro Sibilio's Italian record set last year on home soil in Rome. We are back at the triple jump though now. Lona Masson still leading, 13.86, improved by 6 centimetres in the 2nd round. I believe we're now in the 4th. Ola Corson, she's in 8th place. Second half of the competition then, Corson needs a 17 centimetre improvement in order to go up a place. Oh, we're going to go straight back to the track here. Corson was just waiting for her moment to jump. Alex Nibbs then on the outside, a former UK champion. Another returning this year, another who's at the National Athletics League, running for Woodford. Good victory for him at Eton there. You can see Bonvin alongside in this A race, the Swiss athlete with a personal best of 48.59. And then Nick Schmidt has been consistently strong in Dutch colours over the years. Remember seeing him at the European Team Championships in 2019. What about Seamus Derbyshire though? Briefly fifth and now sixth on the UK all-time list. Huge breakthrough in Prague earlier this month of 48.47. The man in the Stoke vest. And then Danny Brand, another Swiss athlete who has a decent PB of 48.96. They're all around that 48 margin. Tyree Donovan, well, it was last year at Eton that he set a British National Athletics League Championship record, 49.23, or league record, I should say. A big personal best for him, and a long-time training partner has been Chris McAllister. You can see there wearing his club colours, Thames Valley Harriers. McAllister, of course, representing Great Britain at a couple of World Athletics Championships, personal best of 49.16. Been doing quite a lot of 400 flat over the last year or so, as has Alex Nibbs, of course. Seamus Derbyshire's done some 200 metres. It's been all over, but coming back to his favourite event to improve. Let's see what they can do here. McAllister, Donovan, Brand, Derbyshire, Smith, Bonvan and Nibbs, who gets a great start on the outside. And Schmidt then rises nicely as they start to motor down this back straight. And Donovan putting some pressure on Brand on his outside and starting to come past in that white vest. Watch out for Derbyshire though, in fine form. As I say, sixth on the UK all-time list. Alistair Chalmers now just in front of him on 48.30 in what's been a fantastic few weeks for British men's 400 hurdlers. Derbyshire out front. We'll have a look at the clock here. Looking good ahead of Donovan and Schmidt. So Seamus Derbyshire now to the line in 48.44, and he's faster again. Well, what a season this young man is having, and he said himself it was mind-boggling seeing the times in quick succession for British athletes, including also the likes of Josh Folds and Jake Minshall. And it's been a matter of a few weeks where they've continuously been going quicker and quicker. Derbyshire very pleased to be at the centre of that, and I think exceeding his own expectations. And very rare you can really legitimately say that, because we all know that the word surprise and shock is not words that we should use lightly, but yeah, Derbyshire absolutely delighted, certainly starting to achieve his goals, but you know that he will have more of them. You have someone I remember who was very unlucky at the Commonwealth Games, wasn't it? It was, let's say, an administrative error. It would go as a DNS in the end, and yeah, he certainly deserves international opportunities that, along with Alistair Chalmers, have kind of been expected or hoped for since the Commonwealth Youth Games some time ago. And Derbyshire and Chalmers both involved, and they're both around that 48 mid-mark, which is fantastic to see, and many people saying that Chris Akabusi's British record that's been held for such a long time, very possible that that could go. How soon? Who knows? But 47.82 since 1992. And yeah, then you look at Di Green, who obviously we talked about earlier, making a name for himself as a coach. Second on that list, but the event generally moving on so much with that world record, several world records over the past few years, and maybe it's been overdue, this British breakthrough for a number of athletes. David Hemery, still from Mexico City, 1968, up there in third place. We're going to see more improvements. We so often see continuous improvements in the 400 hurdles, and I can tell you that Tyree Donovan in second place, another 4/10 nearly off his personal best, and I think that's a bigger headline really. Seamus Derbyshire continues to improve, 48.42 officially, remains 6th on the all-time list, but Tyree Donovan from 49.23, look at that. So Donovan was 27th on the UK all-time list, and he goes, I make it joint 14th with Rhys Williams, and also above Jake Minshall's recent improvement, and above Alex Nibbs, what he did last year. Alex Nibbs a little further back than he would like maybe on this occasion, but I'm sure he'll come to form at some point, as will Chris McAllister. Rhys Williams also starting, I think, to make a name for himself as a coach, showing currently to be the coach of Hannah Breyer, in fact. So absolutely delighted for Derbyshire and Donovan to see those personal bests out front. And that's why I did tell you that we were excited about the 400 hurdles, and we have the women's races still to come, featuring the likes of Vivi Lehekoinen, another who's come through European age groups, winning medals right up from under 18 level, and also Emily Newnham, 55.2 this year, and some others who set personal bests like Rebecca Sartori, Lena Fernley. More of that on the way. Diana Zaganova was in 2nd place last time we looked. She's been pushed down to 5th though now. Still Alona Masson, 13.86 from Anne Susanna Foster Kata of Cameroon, 13.79. We're seeing a real mix of nationalities along with the more expected European local nations, shall we say. But a number of them are based in Europe, if not during the summer, then all year round. Zaganova not executing there. I believe we're still in the 4th round. Caroline Joyot, well, she was first a little earlier on before Nasson's improvement. 13.69 from round 3. She's improved this year to 14.45. Caroline Joyot, German athlete. Rather congested triple jump run up with various lines and markings and boards. I'm sure it won't distract the athlete, but it makes it a little more congested to view, shall we say. Not that that matters really. Gabriela Petrova, one of the contenders here for certain. 14.66 at best, the Bulgarian. 13.70 so far, 16 centimetres off the lead. So next event on the track, as mentioned, women's 400 hurdles, scheduled in, well, 1 minute's time. And well, we crossed the men's 400 hurdles with 100 to go, so hold on to your seats. Loma Masson leading in Greece recently, that meeting I was talking about, and leading here once again. Fossicata getting closer though, now only 7 centimetres off the lead, same margin that was victory gap in the men's long jump. Petrova 13.77, now 9 centimetres behind. Half a metre between our top 6. Maston driving down this runway. Good momentum initially. Just came a little bit short there. Final jump. Back to the track we go then. So we will have 3 heats of the women's 400 hurdles. We're going to have 5 athletes, it looks like, initially. Anne van der Veel, the Netherlands. Yasmin Amadacho, the Zurich club. This is Salome Husler. Second fastest in the field on personal bests. Betted only by this next athlete, Hayley McLean. Representing Great Britain at European Championships, as well as in the Commonwealth Games in the past. On the inside then, Vera Stocker of Switzerland, 58.04 at best, so she'll be hoping to improve on that in such conditions that have been good for personal best that we've seen so far. Plenty of evidence of that. So Stocker, McLean, Husler, Amadacho, van der Veel. Basking in the sun then here in Geneva. McLean in the famous black and white stripes of Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, having a good opening 100. You can see there Amadacho in the grey vest of Zurich going nicely as well. Samaluma Husler in the fluorescent yellow. A little bit of a stutter into that last barrier. McLean starting to come through nicely. Let's have a look then. Second half of this race. Amadacho looking determined. McLean, wonder how much she's got left in the closing stages, because this looks like the race victory is just about sewn up now, despite the best efforts of the Brit. It's a great victory for Amadacho, and it's a personal best, her first time sub 57. And I'm sure there's more to come from her. Again, she may have liked to have been in a slightly faster race to be pushed a little bit harder, but still had to work for that. And McLean was closing at the end. So 56.77 personal best from 57.23 for McLean, and van der Veel 58.49. Those big gaps that we so often see in this event.
Deuxième du concours, camerounaise Anne-Suzanne Foster-Piata, 13,79 aujourd'hui, 13,86 pour la première place.
tireur. Il a déjà lancé à plus de 20 mètres cette année.
So there is that confirmed result. Can tell you that in the women's pole vault, bars at 4:45. Alea Bachmann is clear, and then Chunga New, Pascal Stocklin, and Marijn Kieft are all still vaulting, with one failure at that height. And yes, some of those flags are very much in error, and obviously that is not correct, and Van der Wiel Dutch rather than British. Apologies for that.
Championne d'Afrique en 2024 d'Afrique du Sud, regardez Joseph. Et en cours 4, 7e du monde masculin en 2023, c'est Regenplant et Dish.
So, on we go then with Vivian Morgan-Stern, and in fact on her outside Jessie Tappin. A full line-up with Karen Dish on the inside of Switzerland. Then South Africa's Rogali Joseph, Vivi Lehikoinen of Finland, Vivian Morgan-Stern of Germany, and then Tappin of Great Britain on the outside. So let's have a look at this one. Lehikoinen represented Finland at all the major championships over the last few years. Let's have a look how she can do in the pink vest here. Coming through nicely along with Vivian Morgan-Stern on her outside. Now starting to come through in the Adidas kit is Rogel Joseph of South Africa, personal best of 54.12, so 0.3 faster than Lehikoinen. And the gap starting to open up here. Oh, and there's a fall there. Karen Dish out of the race. Joseph from Lehikoinen. Once again, these big gaps. Let's have a look here at the clock. This could be inside the meeting record of 54.5. Oh, well outside it. What was I talking about there? 56.57. And Joseph, who had Lehikoinen closing very fast. I suppose I expected her to continue the pace that she had initially set. Also, maybe I was expecting the line to somehow come up sooner.
La troisième du concours, Gabriela Petrova, la Bulgare. Et nous allons la maintenant. Monsieur Daniel Gabriela.
Et nous en venons à la première série de 400 mètres féminin. Et il y a un très beau monde sur le stade de Genève.
Au couloir numéro 8, elle est italienne. Rebecca Sartori.
Au couloir numéro 3.
Well, on we go then,
d'Europe, U23 avec le relais.
and into this
400 mètres.
next heat,
400 mètres.
third and final one. Rebecca Sartori of Italy, Elena Vernley of Switzerland, and here is Sene van der Vault, hoping to do what her compatriot from South Africa did just then and win. And Gail Joseph it was. And that result we saw there, 56.58 seconds. This is Emma Zapatalova of Slovakia. Emily Newnham of Great Britain, what a season that she's having. Big personal best, 200, 400 and 400 metre hurdles, 55.20. And was overdue, I think, that result. We were just waiting to see, following a strong few months, what she'd do in the hurdles, knowing it's her strongest event, but knowing that she's had some great indoor performances and got the medals at the European indoors. And the relays, Linda Olivieri, then from 2, another great Italian athlete, 54.99 at best. And then Pauline Coquault, the Belgian, 54.47 at best. So big opportunities here, really. After what we've seen over the last half an hour, great personal best, great conditions in Geneva. Let's see what they can do. Coquault, Olivieri, Newnham, Zapatalova, van der Vault, Vernley and Sartori. So now underway in this fastest race of the women's 400 hurdles. Let's see if it lives up to its billing. Zapatalova in a bit of a gap situation there. Made up ground. And the gap to Newnham, who's starting to close now. Vernley going well, second from the outside, with Sartori, a decent athlete, on her outside. And now starting to come through. You would expect Newnham and Olivieri. Let's see how things are shaping up. It's pretty close with 100 to go. The tall figure of Zapatalova, van der Vault, the South African in the white vest. Coming over this final barrier now, van der Vault with the advantage from Zapatalova and Newnham. Big personal best here, I'm expecting 54.27 for van der Vault. Big season's best for her, but behind you'll see that Zapatalova very, very close to her 54.2, and Newnham ought to have smashed her 55.2. And don't forget, that was only set recently. But I remember speaking to Emily Newnham a couple of years ago, and she was saying that she was just starting to see the times that she thought reflected her potential, and boy oh boy, has that happened exponentially since then. And we started with British Universities Championship records, obviously going to European Junior Championships, and then just being fantastic with the baton. Breaking Amy Alcott's championship record indoors for her university. For Loughborough was a big moment, I think, but done so much since then. She's even in the 4x1 quartet, I believe, for the European teams as well. Van der Vault did fantastically down that home straight to beat Zapatalova, and that is a meeting record there. It's been given in the end, in fact, to Zapatalova by 0.01 seconds, 54.24, van der Vault 54.25, and then Newnham 54.49. So more than 0.7 of a second off her lifetime best. So she was 10th on the UK all-time list, and now with 54.49 she goes 7th, so she's faster than European medalist Megan Beasley. Yeah, sometimes you have to look at the athlete a little bit further behind that sets a big personal best. But what about that for Zapatalova? That meeting record had been held by Petra Fonteneve since 2017, so 8 years, 54.46. So we've got 3 athletes underneath the old meeting record. Fantastic from the Slovakian. And yeah, once again, as we're saying with some other nations, you know, great to see Slovakian athletics being put on the map. Victoria Forster, I mentioned earlier, had a big improvement in the 100 hurdles. Not here today, but generally. And yeah, good to see that strength and depth. Obviously, yeah, having watched the age group competitions that are coming up on European Athletics live streams this summer, you'll get a sense of the next big names that might be even featuring strongly at the World Championships or in the next couple of years. Great place to watch the future. Van der Vaart, yeah, part of this South African contingent that we're really excited about too, and we mentioned that obviously with Benjamin Richardson, 10.03 in the 100. Oh, fantastic stuff all round. Elena Vernley also getting a big personal best, a Swiss athlete by more than half a second. Even though she finished in 5th place, it was a great race for her to be in. She made the most of the opportunity. After the triple jump, Masson leading once again, 13.86. Watching here, Santos of Brazil, 6th round. 13.44 at this point, and she would need 16 centimetres to improve positionally to get into the top 5.
Sur la perche, là-bas, maintenant placée à 4,55 m, elles ne sont plus que 3. Léa Parkman, la chinoise Chu Liu et l'hollandaise Marine Kift. Il reste manqué pour Liu. La prochaine à compter, les Pays-Bas, Marine Kift. Premier essai à 45.
Et là, les résultats intermédiaires.
Le saut à son dernier essai, Tiana Zagainova. Lancé du poids. Ponzio, italien en tête. Le poids en tête, Ponzio, 1968. Deuxième, Tonko, Arnaudov, 1920. Lujavice, 1905. Villon, 1963.
So Diana Zagaina of Lithuania. We saw her compatriot Davile Kilty in that Greek meeting I mentioned that was won by Ilona Nasson, who leads today. Zagainova in 6th, 13.59 in this last round. And she would need an improvement of 11 centimetres to improve positionally. Santos, the measurement has just come up now, 13.85 in the last round, into 2nd place, 1 centimetre off Masson, our long-time leader. On to Caroline Joyot, former leader, 13.69 in 5th place. So she would need 9 centimetres to improve positionally. They are very closely packed together, so it's less than 30 centimetres between our top 5.
Dans le cercle, 18,63 pour son 3e essai.
So no improvement for Joyeux. What about Petrova of Bulgaria? 13.77 from the fourth round. And she's only 2 centimetres behind the top three and less than 10 centimetres behind Massen's lead. And in terms of personal best, yes, 14.66, 14.37 this year.
l'amuse-bouche avant la grande finale de 200 mètres de tout à l'heure des courses U20 et U23.
So now we're going to see these 100 metre heats with under 20 and under 23 athletes. So in this Swiss age group, men's 100 metres, shall we say, we've got Rickenbach, Farkas, Santos, Begum, Morocco, Bolliger and Roppel. But will all of them eventually take to the start? Hope so. To be honest, it's worth a moment to reflect on just how brilliant those 400 metre hurdles races were. So we see the last round of the triple jump. Do you know what? The last round of the triple jump, let's focus on that before we self-reflect. There's all the time in the world for doing that. Ilona Masson in the last round. Well, this has come up as a personal best and her first time wind legally over 14 metres. She was under pressure. Gabriela Petrova's effort, 14.01, taking the lead in the last round. That jump we just saw, 14.01, 3 centimetres in front. It was the improvement that was needed, but then Masson reacted back with a new personal best by 8 centimetres. So thrilling conclusion to that women's triple jump as all the results come through as one. Masson in the end 14.06 from Petrova 14.01. Santos also improved in the last round to 13.85. So a great triple jump competition. I'll update you on the men's shot put very shortly. So Rickenbach, Farkas, Santos, Begum, Morocco, Bolliger and Roppel. Let's go. So, very good start by Rickenbach on the inside. Here comes the tall figure of Santos through the middle. It is close though with Begum. Across the line, 10.43 seconds. And the wind returns to the athlete's favour. Said I'd update you on the shot put. That's a senior event with international athletes. So, very much worthy of updating you. Nick Ponzio, the Italian, leading with 1968. Then Georgi Mujaridze of Georgia, 1941, and Sanko Ornodov of Portugal, 1920. Stefan Wieland from Switzerland, 1863. That is 10 centimetres exactly ahead of Nermin Stitkovac of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Jefta Virgil in 6th, 1795. Todor Petrov, Bulgaria, in 7th, 1754. In the women's pole vault, I just gave the microphone a whack there unintentionally. Lea Bachmann has the bar at 4:55. She has one attempt remaining, but is already leading the competition, and that's because Chung Yu and Marain Kieft of China and the Netherlands, respectively, have had 3 failures at this height of 4:55. So they are secured as the top 3 positions, but we're just waiting to see if Bachmann can clear 4:55, and if she does, then she can do what she likes and take it further. Pascal Stockland going out with a best of 4:35 in 4th place. Right then, still to come, we're expecting to see the men's 100 metre final next on track. Athletes already out, so this, one of the big events, of course, having seen those heats earlier, and then it will have the women's final in around 10 to 15 minutes time, and then same for sprint hurdles, then 200 metre heats, and then 1500 metres for men in just over an hour, 800 metres for women in around an hour and a half. Confirmation, great triple jump results, and yeah, we've mentioned those top 3, but you can see further down what others achieved.
Les hommes forts du 100 mètres masculin.
Mon premier coureur, finaliste en championnat d'Europe 500 mètres en 2022. Multi-champion d'Irlande, Israël Olatunde.
Au couloir numéro 2, médaillé de bronze olympique avec le 4 x 100 mètres de son pays, Seyi Ogunlewe, Nigeria.
Médaillé européen avec le 4 x 100 mètres des mondiales avec le 4 x 400 mètres des Pays-Bas, Camille Burnett.
Au couloir numéro 4, médaillé bronze au championnat du monde junior, l'an passé d'Afrique du Sud, Bradley.
That was very much a Fabrizio Romano moment. Here we go with this men's 100 metre final then. Having seen the heats, having seen the athletes in action once already, we're impressed with the tall figure there, the South African Benjamin Richardson. And we were talking about how he missed the Olympic Games with injury. Bradley Nkwana was one of those who is part of the quartet with Akani Simbinde, you might say, the talismanic figure, the consistent figure of the years, has been joined by some of the youthful starlets who've been involved. You've got Sean Maswanganyi as well as plenty of others. Real depth in South African sprinting, and it's very exciting to have 2 of them in the middle of the field here. You've got Elvis Afrifa and Tamir Burnett. Both of them helped the Netherlands win silver medals at the European Championships in Rome a year ago. And Israel Olatunde, as we know, the Irish record holder, he won his race. He wasn't part of the fastest heat, but he did his job. He got through to the final, and this is what we want to see. Israel Olatunde with a national record in the 4x100 metres that had stood for 25 years. And now let's see what he can do in the individual race. Olatunde, Ogunlewe, Burnett, Nkwana, Richardson, Afrifa, Mothibi and Falsar. This men's 100 metre final. So good start then from Nkwana up against Richardson. All a sea of red here. Very close at this point. Richardson now comes through in 10:08. Oh, what a close battle it was. And South African sprinting is looking fantastic. And it really says something when you're chasing down your teammate who could well end up being in a relay quartet together at the World Championships, could well end up on the podium. Actually a shame that we didn't see a relay quartet for South Africa earlier. It was a strong victory by the Netherlands and a meeting record indeed. Behind them in second place, I'm reiterating it a few times because it has been one of the stories of the day. The Irish record had been held since the Sydney Olympic Games. You can see all the results on the Atletica Genève website. But Richardson, unbeaten today therefore. It was fractionally faster in the heat earlier, but 10.06 it's been given as officially. 500ths ahead of Bradley Nkwana 10.11. The same margin exactly ahead of Tamir Burnett 10.16. Don't forget he also won his heat earlier, so I think that's 3 very good performances from Tamir Burnett. Mohamedou Falsar gets an equal personal best of 10.16, same time as Burnett. And it really was, you could have thrown a red Adidas blanket over the field. Waiting for Israel Olatunde's performance to come up and to see if it was faster than his Irish lead mark from earlier. Indeed, so really good results. Obviously, in doing so, he made it so that Body Akinola was just outside of this final, I do believe. So Israel Olatunde, obviously 10.12, his personal best, and today 10.30. And so again, yeah, not as fast as that heat earlier. Seogun Lewe just in front. You can see there. Look at that. 4 athletes separated by 0.01 seconds. And just over a tenth between our top 6. And thankfully, Richardson, distinctive tall figure there, was out front, made that one easy to call. I'm very pleased to say we've now got a great looking women's final as well to look forward to next on track. But before that women's senior final, expecting to see this this national age group final. Just a couple of minutes behind schedule here, but nothing we can't make up. Mila Tanatsi, Karina Stettler, Timia Rankel, Chloe Rabach, Fabian Hunke, Mara Schwitter, Anouk Leidemann and Leah Thalmann all involved.
Alors, nous aimerions passer la cérémonie des remises des femmes pour air, ainsi que le triple saut. Donc, les athlètes, nous vous attendons au podium.
Here we go then, with Tanatsi, Stettler, Rankel, Rabach, Hunke, Schwitter, Lederman and Thalmann These are actually all Swiss under-23 athletes. Very good getaway from Runkel in the yellow vest from lane 3. Trying to chase her down is Ramach in the black vest. And Hunker in the blue. And it's going to be Fabienne Hunker in the blue vest into a minus 1.2 wind in 11.7 seconds. So senior women's final in just a couple of moments, featuring the likes of Lauren Dorcas-Bazola of Portugal, Boglaka Takash of Hungary, who looked good earlier, and Bianca Williams of Great Britain. Olympic World and European medalist Salome Cora on home soil, another strong part of the Swiss relay quartets over the years with the likes of Arla Del Pont and Mujinga Kambunji, 31 years of age now. Let's have a look here. The future potentially of Swiss sprinting. Fabienne Hunker solid throughout that race. Obviously commented that it was clearly the fastest getaway there from Runkel. Ends up finishing in second place with 11.74, 0.96 behind Hunker. 6 athletes sub 12 seconds there. Not too bad for an under 23 age group field. So there is that confirmed result. So what else have we got coming up? Conclusion of the men's shot put. So just to update you on that as we see the result that I've already mentioned. So we're in the final round of the shot put. Apologies that we're not seeing that. Nick Poncio, 2015 in the final round. The only throw so far that we've seen over 20 metres. Georgi Mujaridze also improving in the last round to 1954. Third place, Sanko Anodov, 1920. I believe the shot put has just therefore now finished. And as we know, this is the next piece of action on the track. And it will precede men's sprint hurdles final by around 12 minutes and around 20 minutes before the women's sprint hurdles final. Well, here we go. Tori Lewis looked good earlier on. She has a personal best of 11.10, the same PB actually as 3 athletes in this field, the others being Takash and Bazzolo. Salome Cora alongside her. And then Zenya Buri, who, I mentioned 11.32 so far this year. She's among faster athletes, but she finished 4th place in her heat. And it was the top 8 by time coming through to this, so doing quite well in a sea of so-called quicker athletes. Boglaka Takash, European under-23 silver medalist over both of the shorter sprint distances. Then Bazzolo in the Sporting Lisbon colours, 11.3 seconds earlier, beat a very strong field. Bianca Williams, of course, in the last couple of years has continued to be a solid part of the British team. She's 31 now, but she has Olympic, World, European and Commonwealth medals to her name. And then you've got Arialis Gandula, part of this fantastic Portuguese group of athletes, and she was just given the victory early on, wasn't she? She was very close on the line. And Kira Neville, she won her heat also, 11.53 seconds. And you had an athlete on 11.52, 11.53, 4, 5, 6 and 7. I wonder how close it's going to be. Maybe a bit of a gap out front. And then, like that men's final, congested in the middle. Takash, brilliant getaway, the Hungarian. So Bazzolo will now have to chase. She's chasing down hard, though. Bazzolo, she won't get Takash on the line. 11.2 seconds. Very strong time for Hungary's Boglaka Takash. And once again, you'd have to say, beating an excellent field. And Bozzolo still sprinting very well. I did make the comment, I just wondered whether the back-to-back races, how she'd find it. I was sure that she'd prove any doubters wrong, as she continues to do. But yes, you know, across many sports we're seeing athletes perform fantastically well across longer careers. A number of reasons for that, including better sports science and general progression. But yeah, very, very impressive the performances that Bozzolo is putting up, especially when there are other strong Portuguese sprinters who might have expected to take more attention. Bozzolo is faster in this second race as well. Officially it's 11:18, so very, very strong time once you start to go sub 11:2. Bozzolo 11:25, not too far off her season's best. She was pushing all the way to the line there. And Xenia Buri, yeah, not one of the fastest on personal best. I think she's 7th fastest on personal best, Buri, but 3rd in this race, so clearly an improvement on the way for her. Bianca Williams, another season's best by a small margin, 11:44. Toddy Lewis of Australia, 11:46. As we thought, close in the middle. Cora, 11:52. I'm sure we'll see this full result shortly with Gandula there. And Neville, a little off her best from earlier, not quite sure what happened there. But between 3rd and 7th, just over 1/10 of a second was the gap. Really nice to see someone, though, who has done well at European under-23 level continue to progress, especially in the sprint events, because sometimes if you do well at under-23 level at a European Championship, there's no guarantee that you'll actually be as successful as a senior, because most of the top international sprinters are often already under 23, and some kind of go straight from under 20 to senior level, as we very well know. And that's the thing, sometimes the under 20s, it's the first place to see the really big stars. I think because under 18 is a bit more of a lottery, really, whether athletes will continue to have the same sort of trajectory all the way through. But yeah, we've seen Jakobinga Britsen, Jaroslava Mahuchik, Mihajlo Kokan, those sorts of athletes really be strong at under 20 level. And then by the time they're under 23, they're kind of winning medals at seniors already. But under 23s, yeah, sometimes a bit more unpredictable. It can be the best achievement of some athletes' careers, for sure. Let's see how the long jump might shape up then. So women's triple jump was great. Men's triple jump was a nice competition. It was a small field, though. This is a nice sized field. And we have the likes of Pauline Hondemar, the Dutch athlete, 6:76 at best. Paula Fernandez Sola, the Puerto Rican, 6:61 at best. Again, nice to see big contingents from right across the globe, including Samantha Dale, one of our Australian athletes. So they're just going through and marking their run-ups. I was expected to start a bit of time ago, but I think we're just a little bit behind there. Not a problem at all. It appears to me that this is the only field event, therefore, that is still yet to be concluded. On the track, we've got 6 events still to come. So women's long jump underway, and Absabar this is, of Switzerland, getting us going, one of 12 athletes involved. Personal best of 6:11. And just looking as a reference point, it does appear as though only the top 8 got all 6 attempts, so that pattern will obviously follow in this long jump. 4 Swiss athletes involved. The others are Ronja Wengi, or Wengi even, Delphine Allenbach and Anja Rotter.
La française Marie-Jeanne Auriga, la genevoise, troisième, dans la Suisse, d'or, débutante, dixième Genève, Delphine Allenbach. De Puerto Rico, Paola Fernandez Sola, et Anna Rotter, et Paola Fernandez Berne, la troisième des championnats suisses, et la troisième passée au titre.
I feel like we're only 10 degrees hotter away from an athlete genuinely jumping with a towel, keeping them cool. Obviously, it wouldn't be aerodynamic or recommended. Waiting for those results to come through, so we'll just let the pictures do the talking for the moment, and we've got plenty more action to come on what is still a pretty hot Geneva day.
Édition du meeting Atletica Genève. Un Continental Tour bronze de World Athletics. Il nous reste quelques très belles courses à suivre, notamment la prochaine de 110 mètres avec le détenteur du record Qatar à Genève. Vous le verrez au couloir numéro 5. Et qui est l'habitude d'avoir des super perfs jusqu'ici, des conditions quasi idéales pour la pratique de notre sport préféré, hormis des fois le vent tourbillonnant. Il faut avoir un petit peu de chance pour réussir.
Well, there we have it. Ready with this men's 110 meters hurdles final. And a great set of athletes this. I mean, you've got Umar Dudai Abakar with that recent improvement to 13:39 of Qatar. Maybe a bit of an unknown quantity compared to some of the names that we regularly see on the European circuit, but still, as proved with his heat victory earlier, looking very strong. Eduardo De Juice was a little bit lucky earlier because there was that clear early movement before the start. He was given a green card and produced a strong run. He's got a personal best of 13.27 seconds. Olivia Mulas of Italy was also very close with those two in that race. So it's probably going to be those 3 protagonists fighting once more. We did also see Joris van Helmont win his race, and in fact, because there weren't as many heats really of the sprint hurdles compared to the flat, we've pretty much seen most of these athletes do well earlier. It was a lot easier to make it through for this second run by being the top 8 based on time. Nolan van Karenberg has improved this year, but wasn't quite at his best in that heat earlier, and Daniel Goriola trying to get closer to his PB, got a season's best of 13:88 a little earlier on. But we've ended up with 3 Italians in this, and we'll run you through and recap that lineup in just a moment's time.
De la finale du 110 mètres masculin.
En haut, dans cette finale, au couloir numéro 1, et l'Italien Nicolo Giacalone.
Les 3 premiers couloirs, ce sont des Italiens. En couloir numéro 2, Vittorio Ghedina.
Au couloir numéro 3,
Veronica Creda of Italy. We're still in this situation with only wind readings rather than full results coming up, so we'll just wait for that to change. Just demonstrating with the officials here. So, Nicolo Giacalone, Vittorio Ghedina, Oliver Mulas, Eduardo De Deus, Umar Dudai Abakar, Joris van Helmont, Daniel Goriola, and Nolan van Karenberg. Goriola, fantastic start. Ghedina in the blue, the Italian going well, but De Deus through the centre, the Qatari athlete. Abakar not as strong here, but he does finish very well. Goodness me, he had a lot of work to do there, but he was fighting right to the line. 13:57 on the clock there. I think De Deus did just hold on. We've all been wrong before. The wind returns to be in the athlete's favour. Let's have another look at that race. Goriola had a fantastic start. Of course, he's the UK Indoor 60 Hurdles champion. Bibs coming unpinned and hurdles falling down around them. So it has indeed been given as De Deus, the Brazilian, holding on, 13:54, and Abakar 13:55. So the barefoot Brazilian trudges back and finds the energy to raise a finger. Well, caps being signed there. I remember that the accreditation of Atletica Genève was uniquely given as a teddy bear on a lanyard. So have another look here. De Deus It's this sort of middle third of the race where he really emerges strongly. Giacchiellone, unfortunately, that good start disrupted by clattering hurdles as the long jumpers watch on. Van Hellemont getting a personal best by 0.05 seconds with 13.69 for third. Looks a bit dejected there, but I think he's just tired. 13.71 for Moulas in fourth. Waiting to see whether Goriola's time is the season's best. Just had the top four come up so far. Back to that in a moment. This is Daniela Nolte. So the Italian here. The results have now gladly subbed to come through. 3 athletes over 6 meters so far. So Danielle Nolte, or could be Nolt. Oh well, graphics shown wrongly. So Nolt with 6:26, and then this is Irati Michelena of Spain, 6:65 recent personal best. So continuing with this first round of the women's long jump, Pauline Hondemar leading 6:52. Samantha Dale of Australia 6:34. These are all wind legal, by the way. Danielle Nolt, as mentioned, the South African 6:26, and Irati Michelena, that jump we saw a moment ago, 6:14 for fourth. Delphine Allenbach, this is of the Viso Genève club, one of the local clubs that are part of the under-12s relay. If you were with us earlier on the start of the day, if you've been committed to that extent, hope you have. Viso Genève, yeah, she's in 6th place, 5:76 coming up. Between them, Absabar, compatriot, 5:79. Paula Fernandez Sola, one of the top contenders here, 6:41 this year, 20 centimeters off her lifetime best, and she's opening up the competition, or her competition. Women's sprint hurdles final coming up in a couple of moments.
U20 de la spécialité des meilleurs mondial de son âge avec 2007 de moins la plus jeune de la course. Le poids 47. Elle n'était pas contente du tout de son départ tout à l'heure. Et encore moins de certaines courses. La multiple médaillée européenne.
Well, Puerto Rican looking pretty pleased with that start. Well, she might. So she pops into third. Or joint second, in fact, showing us third, but yeah, joint second. 6:34 for both Dale and Fernandez Sola. This is Sarah Leach. French nationality, but the SUI Genève club. Leach has a personal best of 6:26, but she's not gone over 6 meters yet this year. Foul in the first round for the 27-year-old. 5:95, her season's best in Clermont-Ferrand last month. One more jump to go in the first round. And it'll be taken by Anna Rotter, the 23-year-old from Switzerland. So Rotter has a personal best of 6:27. That was set almost exactly 2 years ago in Switzerland, in Montreux. She has a 60-meter personal best this year in February, set in Maclinken of 7:70. And ends there in the first round with her feet planted there in the sandpit. Personal best 6:27. I mentioned. And yeah, assuming Hondema will still be leading at the end of this first round, of course, with 6:52, the Dutch woman. 5:34 for Rotter. So you're watching live coverage of Atletica Genève. It's been a fun last few hours. Some big personal bests, exactly what we were hoping for. Great conditions, up to 30 degrees of heat, good for sprinting. Maybe a reason why they put the middle distance race a little later in the program, by which time very much into the evening. It's coming up to 6 o'clock local time, Central European time. So we see Absabar again in 6th place. So women's 100 hurdles next on track. Should be very, very shortly. And then I anticipate that around 20 minutes away are the men's 200 and women's 200 heats. And then just over half an hour for the men's 1500 and women's 800. So let's keep an eye now on this last piece of field action. Absabar moving us into the second round. And feel justified in the suspicion of those meeting records, because she's in 6th place, but she's shown as the meeting record holder from the first round. See, I told you we were very close to an athlete jumping with the towels to keep cool. She looked like she was going to do it until the very last moment. Ronya Vengi. Oh, we got away. Who's looking forward to that? That's criminal. Anyway, women's 100 meter hurdles final. I'll let you know what the jump was. This is the lineup, and yeah, should be another close race. Again, we saw the heats earlier. We got a flavour of what might happen. Shame that Abigail Paulet was a DNS, given her recent improvement to 12.94. But concentrating on the athletes who are here, and they include one of the best known names will be Annick Kalin, the Swiss athletes, world indoor long jump silver medalist, but also, of course, with Taflon medals to her name, rising through the ranks of some of those European age group competitions I've been talking about. Kalin getting the European indoor silver and European outdoor bronze, and fourth at the Olympic Games as well. I'd have seen her in the long jump indeed. Mashuto from lane 7 in this. The Norwegians Elia Buch and Martina Hjørnevik were second and third earlier, behind Sasha Alessandrini, the victor, with 12.84. So equaling her best, and interesting to see what Alessandrini can do. Betteni, Mucci, Maboka, Bock, Alessandrini, Hjørnevik, Kalin and Sanchez in this women's 100 meter hurdles final. So great getaway then by Alessandrini in the red. Maboka trying to chase her down. It's a pack group behind with Kalin, but Alessandrini away and clear. So have a look at this clock now. 12.79, and she loves it. The Frenchwoman has come here with a job to do, and she knows that these are good conditions to produce a quick time, and that's exactly what she's done. And of course, it was Sirena Samba Mayala at the European Championships last year, and we were marvelling about how fast a French woman was over the 100 meter hurdles. Alessandrini, a brilliant performance, and yeah, looking forward to see if this is even faster officially when the result is confirmed as well. It was 12.84. She was a couple of tenths ahead in those heats. There's a similar margin of victory here. Look at this determination and consistency. Speed between the hurdles, upkeep of form right until the line. Great solid technique, making it look easy. All the hallmarks of great sprint hurdling. I think that's the British athlete Jill Cherry in the, I'm going to say it's Victoria Park City of Glasgow colours. I wondered whether she was just holding her hip there, holding her side there. I think she was a DNS earlier. She has had a few injuries in the past, so yeah, just wondered whether she was moving a bit gingerly there, so I hope she's all right. Waiting for that result to come through for the women's 100 hurdles final. It's not Dale, it's Nolt of South Africa. 6.26 so far. We've still got Honda Mar leading 6.52. So Nolt in fourth place in 6.26, and just 8 centimetres off the top two. Just a 1 centimetre improvement there, but they all count. So we continue with this second round of the long jump. We're about halfway through, and we know that we've got still 200-meter heats in around 15 minutes time, or less than that in fact, in a couple of minutes. So coming up very shortly, I can confirm Sasha Alessandrini 12:77 new personal best from Ellerbach. This time it was a margin of over 0.3 of a second, 13:08 for the Norwegian in second, Annik Kellin 13:13. So this is Marie-Jeanne Orega, the French woman, so far not a fully representative jump at 460 in the first round. Just a heads up in the way of the 200 meters, we'll see Bianca Williams again and Alison Bell opting for the 200 meters, in which she's improved to 23:01 this year. Also Boglaka Takash will reappear. This is Delphine Allenbach in the long jump. So 5:94 personal best, and very close, you know what that means, to 6 meters. And just maybe this is the time to do it. Allenbach, who is noted on her World Athletics profile as 2007 born, so she'll be turning 18 this year. She has a personal best, as mentioned, of 5:94, and that was set in Langenthal in Switzerland at the end of last month, and also has a 60-meter PB, again, start of last month this time, 7:74. 5:81, so improvement here today. PB as of last year was 5:67, so yeah, 27 centimeter improvement is pretty good.
Que les athlètes sont prêtes derrière leur partie bloc. On peut commencer à présenter les derniers qui vont être enlevés.
Il y aura 3 séries. La première des 3 séries
Paula Fernandez Sola, no improvement in this second round, 6:31. But she is, however, now second outright because her second round jump is better than that of Samantha Dale, and they had shared second place. So, do let us know what the performance of the day was as we move towards the last hour or so of proceedings. See lots of support for the performance of Emily Newnham, 54.49, a World Championship qualifier indeed, as well as Toby Harries, another personal best in the 400 meters of 45.13. And Mahai Solindringo, we're talking about trying to get over 6 meters for the first time. That's a big barrier, but going sub 45 seconds in the 400 meters, men's 400 meters, a big result for Mahai Solindringo, winning the 400 and breaking his own national record, 44.88 then to win in front of a good field. As this third round continues then, Anna Rota, bring us to the end of the second in fact. So no improvement for her. That means Absabar will go next at the start of the third round, and well, she needs to try and improve to stay in the competition. She's 2 centimeters off doing that. Back with the long jump soon. This though is the first heat of 3 of the women's 200 meters, so just the heats rather than qualification for finals on this occasion. Meeting record 22.61 from Jemima Joseph of France. That was one of those which was set last year, and there's a chance it could be attacked with the fastest athletes in the A race potentially. This is at Serie C, heat number 1, with Camille Sonville, Georgia Bellinazzi, Gabriela Suarez, Elisa Valencin, Lakara Stalan, Victoria Ahorogu in a rare 200 meter race, normal 400 runner who we saw earlier in that 1 lap distance, and Britt de Blauw of the Netherlands. So coming through here nicely is Suarez of Ecuador from Valencin of Italy. Bellinazzi also fighting over that second place, and in fact they're going to come through, so it's going to be Valencin. Bellinazzi, I think, just got Suarez on the line, 23.13. So the Ecuador athlete just fading at the end of that race. Elisa Valencin, the young Italian coming through. Valencin, who turned 18 in January, won the 200 meters at the European Under-18 Championships last year in Banska Bystrica. And also winning the medley relay. Also set an Italian under-20 indoor record in the 400 meters this year, and did so in the 200 meters as well the following months. So she's continuing that progress. So 23.11, very, very close to her personal best. Georgia Bellinazzi, her compatriot, does get a PB by nearly 0.3 of a second. Her teammate, who's more experienced, but now they're almost just as fast as one another. Bellinazzi 23.16 from Suarez, who had been leading 23.22. Victoria Hurigu there for those British watchers. Of note, we have quite a few of those. 23.83. As I say, more commonly see her over 400, but she has run 23.40 this year. Alessandrini, and again another result that we mentioned, 12.77 from 13.08. Alessandrini again from Bok. Serie B, or second heat of the women's 200. It features another strong South American. Well, unless there's been a reseeding, that lineup we saw there, I'm expecting to be the third race, and we haven't had the second yet. Still, the flags are more or less right. Well, in this second race, expecting to see Esperanza Cladera Gil of Spain, Bogolaka Takash, the Hungarian, who was excellent in the 100 meters, the Hungarian European under-23 silver medalist, Imke Vervet, a Belgian, Iris Caliguri of Switzerland, Fiwei Jingqi of South Africa, Marie van Hoenenstein of the Netherlands, and Lina Esther Lecona Torres of Colombia. 7 athletes in this. Personal best ranging from 22.7 to 23.2, and we're underway now. So Jinqui of South Africa going well then from lane 6, all starting to push through on the inside, including Takash and Caliguri now in the blue. So Takash and Vervet, the top 2, and then Cladera Gil and Caliguri. Oh, it's actually over the wind legal limit, 22.63 there. And would otherwise have been a personal best. But Bogolaka Takash looking pretty pleased with her day's efforts. It would otherwise have been a personal best indeed. Yes, 22.63 from 22.69 and 22.84. Takash, Vervet, Cladera Gil. So Jinqui of South Africa from lane 6 gets a great start, and you're just expectant that athletes will begin to come past on the inside, and in the end I didn't expect 4 or 5 of them to come past like that. Takash, you see how heavily she's breathing just to regain her breath there at the end. Right, so it means we have one more heat of the women's 200 to come, and very much looking to see what Alison Bell can do with this opportunity to be in a race with faster athletes. Can she go sub 23?
Sur le papier, les meilleurs sur 200 mètres en famille.
Well, looks like we're not far away at all from this final heat getting underway.
Au couleur numéro 7, quatrième des championnats du monde junior, remplacé d'Australie, Jessica Millett.
Numéro 6, elle faisait partie de l'équipe des Pays-Bas qui est restée sur 4 fois 100 mètres. Didier Bishops.
Au couleur numéro 5, la Poloise Lucia Riviera, olympienne internationale. Léonie Pointet, la championne suisse junior de la spécialité.
Au couloir numéro 4, Singapour, Veronica Champi-Pereira.
Couloir numéro 3, Alison Bell, Grande-Bretagne. Et couloir
Numéro 2, Cecilia Fernando Garcia.
So Vittoria Rosa, South American 200 record holder on the inside. Then the Mexican Tamayo Garza Bell, that new personal best right on the Commonwealth standard for Scotland, 23.0 run. Pereira of Singapore we saw earlier. Pointet of Switzerland, Bishops of the Netherlands, Milat of Australia, and Bianca Williams, who has pretty much medals from all senior championships to her name. But coming through nicely here. Pointet with Bell starting to emerge and Williams hoping to finish strong here. Bianca Williams on the outside. Again, it's a windy time, but it's a season's best in all conditions, I believe, at 22.83 seconds. A few tired legs out there who've had at least 2 runs today. Pointet and Bishops were also in the mix there. It was a close finish. Didn't quite see what position Alison Bell ended up in, but obviously she would have wanted a wind legal time to kind of cement her Scottish Commonwealth Games chances of selection. It was 23.01 recently, which is right on the standard, in fact. Then a personal best of 11.31 just off the 100 standard. Let's have another look here then. So you've got Bianca Williams running the outside, and then you've got Bishops in the red, Pointet in the black vest, and Bell in the blue and white, and around 4th or 5th place. So results still to come through. Bianca Williams beating a good field there though. 22.81 given as in the end, so it's a windy personal best for Alison Bell there. Bishops and Pointet finishing very strongly.
We are waiting for the 100 meters women winners for the prize ceremony. Please come to the podium.
Right, coming towards the end of the 3rd round of the women's long jump, Pauline Hondemar still leading, 6.52. Sarah Leach looks like she's on track to be knocked out, unfortunately, unless she can do 6 meters and 7. Be a season's best to PB 6.26. So really driving those arms hard down this runway. Placement looked okay. Obviously difficult to tell with the naked eye from that angle. looking hopeful here. We're waiting for some of the results to update. I know that I've said that a few times, but it's quite critical to the narration of the competition. Hondemar, incidentally, just with that best mark in the first round and then 2 fouls since. 5.69, so unfortunately she's out of the competition. Oh, same situation for Anna Rotter. And yeah, again, she's gone over 6.07 this year. She has 6.11. So Rotter in the Swiss vest. They have a rough idea what the target is. We've got those 8 athletes over 6 meters so far, and she needs to try and join. Well, you can see the men are ready to go. On the far side with Law, Patterson, Lawler, Trulson, Chevra and Kwana. Van Herstrijten and Lestrada. So Marcus Lawler, another who was part of that Irish 4x100 meter record earlier, going very strongly from lane 3. But Bradley and Kwana, who was second in the 100 meters, very much expected to finish first here. 20.23 seconds for Nkwana. He's taken 4.5 tenths of a second, is it, off his lifetime best. Well, what a talent this young man is. Part of the quartet that got that Olympic relay silver last year in Paris. And he may not have been in the team had Richardson been fit. So, yes, turned 20 this year. PB last year was 20.88, so fantastic time he's run here, and yeah, every chance of making it, of course, to the World Championships in the 200 meters. He was a World Under-20 medalist in Lima last year as well. So fantastic performance that from Nkwana. Of course, just 2 straight finals, if you like, of the 200. We will see Benjamin Richardson again. Shame they weren't paired together, because I have a feeling that that time will be faster than quite a few of the athletes that we're about to see in that so-called A final. And that's coming up shortly. This is Nolt, the South African. And then we've got those 2 middle distance races as well. I'll let you know when the result comes up for that 200 meter B race. There we are. Nkwana 2021. Big personal best when you consider that it had been 2067 until very recently. And Here is the lineup for the second heat. And it features Nkwana's teammate Richardson. Just having a look, by the way, on the South African all-time list, led by Kani Simbine 982, South African record set last year in Paris. Richardson second on the list. Maswanganyi, also part of that Olympic quartet, third on the list. Bayanda Walaza, part of that Olympic quartet, joint fourth on the list, 994. So and that's before you can get to Nkwana on 1003. So it's a wonderfully strong set of athletes that they've got. And you've got, as well as that, sub 10.1 now in South African history, some 21 athletes. Similar to what I was saying about Botswana in the men's 400 metres. A lot of that has come in the last few years. And South African 200 record still held by Clarence Munyai in 1969. But yeah, Richardson 1999. That was at Le Chaux de Fonds last year. Walaza 2008. So the depth is fantastic. Over 100 and 200. And Nkwana, he is well, just inside the top 20, in fact. Maybe a bit lower than I expected as a result of that time, but yeah, still a fantastic performance. As we go over to this, a final, and in this we've got Mark Papp of Hungary, recent improvement to 2070. You've got Andrea Federici of Italy, Onyema Adegida of the Netherlands, his compatriot Javi Moajok, Animesh Kujur, the Indian, Timothy Mumenthaler, the Swiss, then Benjamin Richardson, who won the 100 metres, and Blessing Afrifa, the Israeli. 1996 is personal best. So he and Richardson have gone sub 20 in the past. It was a great getaway from Adegida, but look at Richardson already making up ground, and that is ominous for the closing stages of this race, because he does tend to finish strongly. Moajok going nicely through the centre with Mumenthaler, but Richardson holds on strong. 1979. Oh, what a day for this South African. Benjamin Richardson, who missed the Olympic Games through injury. And we know that he's one for the future, whether it's individually or combining with the likes of Simbine, Nkwana, Maswanganyi and others. A shame it's just over the wind legal limit, plus 2.3, but still a sign of the future, and great to see him here in Geneva. If I'm not mistaken, Windy Time's still eligible for meeting records. Sometimes got a bit of an asterisk next to the name, but I'm showing his meeting record as 2019. But fantastic to see Richardson running so fast, even if it is a windy time. You can see there. Is that some of the officials or those in white shirts, maybe part of the meeting, just enjoying seeing that fantastic display of sprinting? And you could tell that first 100, you could tell the way he ran that bend, knowing that he would finish great, and that he was on for a quick time, and he's maybe pushed a Swiss athlete to a personal best again, and that is exactly what you want as a meeting director. A thrilling fast race, a great overall winning performance, and to see your local athletes do well as a result. These are big ticks here. Mother Nature did her bit as well with the sunshine for the sprinters. So we saw 1979 come up, but officially these results have tended to be just that little bit faster indeed. I will let you know when things restart in the long jump. I think we are going into the fourth round now. Veronica Creeder We know she has 6 meters 20 so far. Not all the results are through yet from that third round, so difficult to say what she's aiming for here, but we know that the lead, or we believe the lead, is 6:52.
Standing ovation, mesdames et messieurs les champions d'Europe de Rome 2024. Désormais, troisième meilleur performant suisse de tous les temps sur 100 mètres.
So, Krida, nice jump that stayed in the air, off to the right a little bit, but yeah, good transfer of energy there. Still waiting for that 200 result, by the way. I'll let you know when it's in. And they see it on the screen first. Fortunately, the foul. Ah, that's so frustrating. The young Italian. Well, you can actually get a sight there. The fact that the foot was over the line. Nolt in the South African vest. Look at all those cones of different shapes and sizes used to mark the run-up. So she's been improving through her series by small margins. Again, stayed in the air and was able to hang 6:30 so far.
C'est un petit problème dans les jambes, maintenant il va falloir travailler pour faire ses retrouver avec un vent avant légal. Visiblement, tu as fait du bon travail, on t'a pas vu en salle, tout est bien préparé pour la saison encore. Non, c'est ça, en fait, Khalil a dit, we are not playing outside. I'm a result. Let's go, un des meilleurs sprinters du monde. Timothy Moutaler, Stade Genève. Et il va rester contacté avec nous. Les courses de demi-fond, d'abord des 1500 mètres de première course avec beaucoup de chenevois de très très haut niveau.
4 jumps within 5 centimeters is terrifically consistent for Nolt. So Paula Fernandez Sola of Puerto Rico, 6:34 for third place. As well as a long jumper, she's also a biologist, been based at the Indiana University in the US. So previous Big Ten champion. Hometown is San Juan in Puerto Rico. So, not much to separate her and Samantha Dale on countback. 18 centimetres off the lead is the Australian. It's another very strong jump. You can see we are close to the meeting record as well. Well, 6:48 for Dale cuts that lead significantly. Honderman now under a bit of pressure. So long run up this from the Dutchwoman, now gets her sprint going. to wait and see whether that foot placement was okay. It's really difficult to tell. And then looking quite pleased there though. Let's have a look here. It looks like the white flag was about to go up. There we go, 6:69, and showing as a meeting record now. So relieving some of the pressure. Also just 7 centimeters off her lifetime best. Back to Marie-Jeanne Orega. And now in the penultimate round as well. I'll let you know about that men's 200 meters as soon as we can. Men's 1500 meters coming up soon. Orega in the 5th round. Well, she has a personal best of 6:58 and managed to hold on to place in the top 8. 6:06. So Arati Michelena in the 5th round, and a whole load of results have just come through. So Pauline Hondema, 6:69, our leader with the new meeting record. Samantha Dale, 6:48, the Australian. And this measurement of Michelena, 6:43, putting her in 3rd place. Paula Fernandez-Sola in 4th, 6:34 then, just ahead of Noel, 6:30 in 5th. So that's how it stands. We lost Allenbach, Rotter, Barr and Leach at the end of the 3rd round. 8 athletes all over 6 meters. So Krida in 7th place. We saw it was a big jump, and unfortunately it was a foul in the previous round. Maybe the Italian can make amends here. So once again, driving down this runway, looks for good placement. That jump was just a little bit flatter than the previous attempt that was so good. Apart, of course, from the foot positioning. But this is the ability of a great athlete then to think about all of the mistakes, where one can improve to put it all together potentially in the final round. This is a legal jump of 6:07. Orega, her improvement has just come up to 6:23, so she's no longer in 8th, she's now in 6th, ahead of Krida and Wengi. So Hondamas 6:69 in first place, Dale 6:48 in second, and Michelena 6:43 in third. Let's see what Nolt can do. 2 more attempts for her. So continues accelerating, but then doesn't get the jump away.
Quatrième du concours avec 6,34, 6,43 pour monter sur le podium. Avec le pas qui était donné. On retrouve.
And so we'll be back with the long jump very shortly as we head into the final round in a moment. But of course, we have 2 races left on the track. Women's 800 meters shortly, but first the men's 1500. So in this Jonas race of Switzerland, his compatriot Salis Zoflo, Lithuania's Simas Batasius, former winner of the European Team Championships First League, Morgan Le Guen of Switzerland, Sacha Liguori of France, Anis Benstiti, the Algerian, Alex Malloy of Great Britain, former European Under-20 medalist, Corentin Tizier of France, Jose Carlos Pinto of Portugal, Tommy Bridger of Britain, who's quite commonly a great steeplechaser, British University's Championship record holder, Alvaro Deriba of Spain, the European medalist, and Adam Mayo Frigola, also Spanish athlete in this. So, this the penultimate race. We have a meeting record here of 3:33.06. I'm not necessarily sure that'll be challenged today. We've got Deriba, who's improved this year to 3:37.73. Let's have a look here as we've got a breakaway group of athletes. So Mayo Frigola in this group. Pacemaker is not on the start list at the front, but you've also got Deriba in with this mix, along with Corentin Tizier. And Alessandro Pasquinucci. So, with it not being listed, you just wonder whether there are 1 or 2 pacemakers in this, as we see this group start to be broken up here. I believe it's Luc Sombart leading the athletes as they come through one more time. So Sombart, the Frenchman, personal best 3:59.23, the leader of the pacemakers at this point, and you can see Aurélien Raja. So we'll wait to see whether he's also a pacemaker. We've got Pasquinucci, and just behind him 2:44 on the clock. So Raja from Pasquinucci. And then it looks like Wanda Mubuzi in 3rd place. So Pasquinucci right on the shoulder of Raja in the yellow vest. The Italian, the personal best of 3:41.02. He's run 3:42.47 this year. Pasquinucci to the front then. So is Raja still in this race? Assuming he is, and therefore Pasquinucci going to come through, it looks like, for a clean and excellent victory in the closing stages here. So the young Italian with a fantastic run and well-timed move, he kicks for home. And he's going to come through in a decent time, a couple of seconds off his personal best, 3:44.37. Pasquinucci from Raja, and look at that, a battle right on the line, and athletes that weren't part of that lead group early on but finished the race very, very strongly. So the victory there for Alessandro Pasquinucci in the men's 1500. I can tell you the result of the 200 meters now. It was a windy time of plus 2.3. Benjamin Richardson 1979 from Javimoa Jacques 1996. Blessing Afrifa of Israel was also sub 20 1999. And then Timothy Mumentala 20.05. I'm just having a look here at the early stages. We had the pacemaker Luc Sombart, the Frenchman. Our eventual winner was in around third place here, behind Raja. Quite a few Stade Genève colours there on the vests. Pasquinucci looking ever so determined, wearing leg number 13 in the yellow vest. Good margin of victory from Aurélien Raja. And then just waiting for confirmation on that third place. So it leaves us with one track race to come and one round of long jumping involved as well. This is Ronya Vengi. 6:16 so far, and if the results are up to date, it'll be 6:20 that she needs for positional improvement. Just over half a metre separating all of the athletes still in this competition. 14 centimetres separating 5th from 8th. Here comes Vengi in the blue vest. Doesn't achieve too much height, but let's wait and see on this. It was a really good second round attempt. 13 centimetres off her season's best. 25 off her personal. She does improve, 6:29. Equal season's best for Vengi in the last round of 6th. So it looks like 1500 metres separated into A and B races. This is the A. Jonas Rice, Silas Zerflos, Simas Batasius, Morgan Le Guin, Sasha Liguori, Anis Benstiti, Alex Malloy, Corentin Tissier, Jose Carlos Pinto, Tommy Bringer, Alvaro Deriba, Adam Mayo Frigola, Alexander Steet, Florian Zietl, and Riccardo Tomasia of Italy. So, just like the previous race, we're expecting Riccardo Tomasia, the 15th and last name athlete on the entry list. We're expecting that he will be the pacemaker. And you can see only one athlete going with his pace so far. So there is Tomasia out front. And a bit of work going on to try to bridge that gap. A long way behind. Not an insurmountable gap. Well, Alvaro Deriba from Salamanca in Spain, probably the best known name in this field, won the European indoor title over 800 metres in Glasgow in 2019, having come third a couple of years before that. The semi-finals of the World Indoors earlier this year in Nanjing in China. So Jose Carlos Pinto, this is the Portuguese. He's improved this year to 3:35.10, and it's a massive lead that he has. As he heads on to this final lap then. Is anyone going to be able to catch him now? It would only be the athlete out front, Pinto, really tiring. It's telling quite a different story. They're involved in a completely different race. You see Alex Malloy in the middle of that pack. And really have to widen the screen, in fact, to see both the leader and the chasing pack out front. But, well, can't fault Pinto. Went with the pace, is able to keep up the pace. And inside the very closing stages. Looking wonderfully strong here. Let's see how close he can get to his personal best of 3:35. Clock ticking fast, but he's reaching that line. So 3:35.10. As I thought, he's just going to be a second or so outside it, and big push on for second place. We'll tidy that up with the full confirmed result. But what a run there from Jose Carlos Pinto. Looked very, very strong and comfortable till the end. Just a few jumps to go in the women's long jump, and Hondemar 6:69 from Dale 6:48 and Michelena 6:43. Nolt just improved to 6:39, and I think that means only Dale can change the order now. We did see that happen in the triple jump. Gabriela Petrova improving to 14:01, but Ilona Nassen of Belgium improved to 14:06 to regain that lead right at the end. Just having a look back at the race, Pinto of Portugal behind the pacemaker. Another name to add to the growing list of talent within Portuguese athletics. So women's 800 meters to follow in just a moment's time. Foul for Hondemar in the final round. Looked like Dale might have passed her final attempt. And that is the competition concluded. Full results on the Atletica Genève website. Obviously, I was just mentioning the top three there a moment ago and their distances. Women's 800 will follow on the track very shortly. Again, we'll have a B and an A race. The likes of Elena Bello and Veronica Vancado involved, Rachel Pello, another young Swiss athlete, Eveline Salberg, who you may know from her 400 meters or 4x4 relay exploits, also involved taking to the 800 meters this year, improving to 2:03.71. This is the full confirmed result then of the women's long jump. The Dutch victory of the day, following races including the 4x100 meter men's relay, of course. Well, with the women's long jump concluded, it means that women's 800 metres is the last piece of action to be decided. So, these athletes with personal bests knocking on the door of breaking 2 minutes for the first time, but most of all, you'd say that for Jacqueline Beatrice Weber, the Brazilian athlete, and then others like Fabian Muller we're seeing here. Not quite as quick as that, around 2:05, and then Vipley 2:11. So real range of athletes. Be interesting to see whether there's a chance of big personal best at all. Another athlete, because I was mentioning about Salberg stepping up to the 800, you'd say the same about Alika Schmidt, who's been more known for her sprinting performances. Got an exciting young talent in Galula Gloria Cabangu, a young Italian. Cabangu, indeed, European under-18 silver medalist in the sprint medley relay. Personal best of 2:02.39, and she's just turned 20. So will be quite interesting to watch her here in what is mostly a senior field. So Tessa Lax, the French athlete, again pacemaking this race, and Cabangu already got herself in a good position, the first athlete in the race. We've got a breakaway of 6 as well, and it's still a pretty big group out front. Looks like Alika Schmidt is also near the sharp end of this leading group. So around 60.5 at the bell. I guess the sort of time that you would expect for athletes with personal bests outside 2 minutes, and maybe fairly even in the end. Cabangu now clear out front, and it's still 6 athletes in the clear. So where's the difference going to be made? Cabangu, who improved earlier this month in Kladno. So that was 11 days ago to that 2:02 clocking that I mentioned. And it was a 3/10 improvement on last year. 400 metre best of 54.76. So she's an improving athlete, and she's got the job done on Alika Schmidt here. Nice margin of victory. Let's see if it can be a personal best. It is going to be very close. 2:02.99. So not on this occasion, but a very mature 800 metre run that from a 20-year-old. And Galula Gloria Cabangu. 6/10 off her PB. Outside of her PB. Schmidt in second place. I wonder if that will be a personal best for her, because 2:05.2 coming into this. She was a couple of seconds back there. Let's have a look at some key moments from this race then. Cabangu, the tall figure in the white and blue vest. Schmidt in the, I guess you'd call it lilac. Lax leading them out, the pacemaker. That, by the way, is Jacqueline Beatrice Weber. As I mentioned, she was the fastest athlete on paper. Coming in third in the end, the Brazilian. like a Swiss vest behind, but difficult to tell from that angle. It may have been Nella Sophia Rittler. Fabian Muller indeed, because they were both sharing leg number 3 or lane number 3, and I think I saw number 3 there. Right, on to the A race of this women's 800, and it features Habitat Malemu. I mean, consistently one of the top performers in the world over the last few years. She was 6th at the Tokyo Olympic Games. Veronica Vancado of Switzerland, World University's 4x400 meter relay bronze. Sub 2 in the past. Jocelyn Vint and Charlotte Piso sharing this lane here. You can see Piso, another who's just crept under sub 2. Same for Rachel Pallot, but by a bigger margin, 1:58.60, just outside that mark so far. It's not the same time that it used to be, of course. Now we've got the likes of Keely Hodgkinson around 1:54, something that maybe a few years ago we didn't think was possible. Breekje Sloot, the Dutch woman, and Evelien Salberg, her compatriot. Salberg has been consistently, along with Lieke Klaver-Femke Bol and Kathleen Peters, part of Dutch relay quartets, and Valentina Rossamilia, one of Switzerland's best young middle distance talents, you would say, along with the likes of Audrey Vero, who I'm sure will be a top contender at the under 23 championships, because I believe she's still at that age group level. And then you can see that on the inside is Fiona von Flu. So PBs were all outside 2 minutes in the first race, and in this one they're between 1:56.71 for a Lemu, although that's probably not representative in this sort of race. Hard to say really, with no one quite pushing her maybe at that time. Going down to 2:03 for the likes of Von Flu and Salberg, although I think there's more improvement to come for Salberg, given that she hasn't done that many 800 meters. The last piece of action then at Atletica Genève 2025. Spectators, to their credit, all the way around the lap, trying to get a good vantage point for this last race. Well into the evening here, local time, after 7 o'clock. So yes, as we thought, deliberately putting these middle distance races later when it might be a bit cooler. So Evelien Salberg in the maroon sort of vest on the inside, and you can see other athletes really kicking and pushing past her. Of course, she may come back later in the race. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, obviously when you're used to running 400 meters, that is a tough event. And then again, other athletes may be able to hold on longer in the second half of the race. Not quite there yet, now we are. And it is a good 1.5 seconds faster, I would say. We didn't get the official split there, but than the first race. And look here at the front, Salberg in around 5th place. There's a motor down the back straight here. Lemo trying to hold on to the lead duo. So coming round this bend into the home straight. Looks like it's Veronica Vancado, the Swiss athlete from Habitat Malemu. So Vancado coming to the line quickly now, 1:59.81 her personal best. Another who's going to be close to it. And it's just outside 2 minutes in the end. But taking the scalp of Habitat Malemu, very impressive from one of the young Swiss athletes. And I'm sure she'll be pretty pleased with that. Alemu has run 1:59.57 this year, so in the end fairly closely matched. But the gap started to open up. Let's have another look. So Alemu in that green kit, Vancado in the black and white.
Donc toute seule, cette fois, les 500 derniers mètres, presque, 300 derniers mètres.
Jess Tappin, in fact, pace-making this race, the 400-metre hurdler. Now here Vancado, as I say, starts to open up that margin, and although Alemu came through into second in the closing stages, Vancado was too far gone. We can have a look at the result of the men's 1500. So this was the B race. Pasquinici 3:44.33, 3 seconds ahead of Raja. And then further back was Tobias Bontorno. Fairly spread out in the end, but he was just ahead of Guillaume Cachelin. The DNFs there were pacemakers, as I understand it. Try and wrap up the men's 1500 metre A race as well. Yes, haven't quite seen a confirmed result on that at the moment. But it was won by Jose Carlos Pinto. Quite a dominant victory in the end. He was really the only athlete to go with that initial pace. So, just checking to see if those 800 metre results have come up. They haven't just yet, so we'll give the computer a bit of time just to get those numbers in there. In the meantime, obviously, a reminder that you can check the Atletica Genève website for all those results, atleticageneve.ch. I hope you've enjoyed watching the competition today. It's been a fabulous meeting, as it always is, in the sunshine in Geneva. Really thrilled by some of those exciting sprint performances. National records for the Irish in the 4x1, they're finishing second. Very, very encouraging stuff. Along with some World Championship qualifiers as well that we mentioned for like new big personal best, and girls get involved. They have their arsenals. Thanks very much for watching, though. I'm getting to today, and do keep an eye out for streams over the next week of the European Athletic Team Championships, and of course, under 20 and under 23 action later on this summer.